rundown in this prestigious conference. We would like to please the head of Master in Economic Development Student Association, Gadjah Mada University, to present the welcoming speech. Kindly invited, Ms. Isdina Farha. Please welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rinda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya wadin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, I would like thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us mercy and blessing until we can attend this International Graduate Student Conference on Economic Development. Then, my salawat and salam be with our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Peace be upon him who has guided us from the darkness to lightness in this world. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get into the core of my speech today, I'm happy to greet all of you here on behalf of organizer and host of Master in Economics Development Student Association, Himpunan Mahasiswa Magister Ekonomika Pembangunan, HIMMEP, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Before that, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the chosen seminar topic, because at the moment, we must jointly open our attention and efforts to facing economic recovery post-COVID-19. It's my very great honor to welcome you to this morning on behalf of all of us at International Graduate Student Conference on Economic Development. Very big welcome to our Director of Study Program of Master in Economics Development, Universitas Gadjah Mada, His Excellent Mr. Ahmad Akbar Susanto, SE MPhil PhD. Also our keynote speaker today, His Excellent Mr. Rimawan Pradiptyo, SE MSc PhD, Head of Department of Economics, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and our speaker today, an economic celebrity, Mr. Bima Yudhistira, MSc Director Executive Salios, and our chair today, Her Excellent Sima Dewi MCSE MSc, as Junior Lecturer at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Then, thank for all great participants to attend this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered here in this online conference to share our knowledge about inclusive and sustainable economic recovery post-COVID-19. We all understand the COVID-19 pandemic has a significant impact on global economy. In 2020, over 100 million people were pushed back into poverty, zero hunger, and high inequality. Even 255 million jobs were lost. The government and other stakeholders have to make big changes to accelerate the economy, such as adoption of digital solutions. Impact pandemic has forced and propelled many and business to accelerate the adoption of digital solutions, strengthening and maintaining distance learning and encouraging business, e-commerce, environmental, as well the need for provides a new digital tools to support economic activity. This consideration gives us to raise the issue to create team, inclusive and sustainable economic recovery post-COVID-19. Hopefully, this conference may be overcome have to create a new policy and innovation. Therefore, I will remind you how important to increase research and education collaboration with other universities, so that universities can exchange information on research results, and to learn to study of effort made by universities rest of world. Especially this action will be part of the country preparation strategy to facing economic recovery post-COVID-19. Finally, what is delivered can be useful for all of us. Inshallah, these efforts can spirit we are be able to achieve a great education, the insight, and encourage human development skill. Amin. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Rinda.
It's my pleasure, Ms. Isdina. Thank you very much for your best speech. And now, my dear pleasure to invite someone we would like to welcome proudly the Director of Study Program of Master in Economics Development, Gadjah Mada University, to present the welcoming speech. Kindly invited Mr. Ahmad Akbar Susanto, SAM Field PhD. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly the Honorable Chair of the Department of Economics, Bapak Rimawan Pradiptyo, PhD, my colleagues, Mas Bima Yudhistira, Mbak Sima Trisna, Mbak Isna Farhah, and all of her team at HIMMEP, all of the guests, participants. I'm very happy today to welcome you on behalf of the Magister Ekonomika Pembangunan, Master of Economics of Development Program, Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Gadjah Mada, to our event. This event is the first one, I think. It is for the first time we have this event, International Graduate Student Conference on Economic Development. Alhamdulillah that we can have this event this year. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of the event, Mbak Isna Farhah and all of his teams, and thank you so much for preparing this event with all of the difficulties, with all of the challenge, with all of the excitements that we have for this event. We would not have been here this morning without you and the team. Okay, in today's event, our agenda is, of course, to discuss about the economy, about the recovery of our economy in general after the COVID-19 pandemic. And we hope that our discussion here can shed some light to us about how we can help to improve the situation in our economy, how we can help to improve our economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, this program, which is introduced for the first time in this year, is part of our effort to improve the role of our study program in economic development. Yesterday, we have just celebrated our 27th anniversary. And in that anniversary, we have just launched our new tagline. We changed our tagline. Previously, it was committed to development, and we changed into something that is new, which is leading in economic development. So this event is part of our effort to implement that new tagline. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much for all of your support to this event. And I do apologize on behalf of MEP study program. I do apologize for any weakness, for any improper things that you find, any inconvenience that you find during this event. Hopefully, we can follow this event until the end. Hopefully, everything will be fine. And once again, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Mr. Akbar for your best speech and support for all of us. My Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue our conference. Opening remark by our keynote speaker. I will read the ground rules for the plenary session of IGetCode2022 first. So the program starts and ends on time. And choose a quiet location and mute yourself. And also for the speakers, we would like to say with our pleasure, every speaker gets 30 minutes to deliver materials. And moderator will verbally remind the speaker 5 minutes before the speaking duration ends. And then, to be continue, the rules for participants. Participants are allowed to pose questions within the Zoom chat box or verbally. Please kindly use the raise hand button to post your questions verbally. And participants who wish to post questions verbally are prioritized, and be concise and respectful of others wishing to comment. Do not multitask and stay mentally present. Thank you. And I would like to read the curriculum vitae first for our keynote speaker. He is an economics, applied economics, not elsewhere, classified or applied economics. And he is economics or public economics, public choice or applied economics. And he was graduated from Doctor of Economics, University of York, United Kingdom, and Master Economics, University of York, United Kingdom, and undergraduate bachelor degree in economics, Department of Economics, Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia. And as the researcher, cluster or group, Vera game theory, crime economics, microeconomics cluster, and biomaterial. And about research interest of him, is behavioral economics, crime economics, experimental economics, game theory, and public economics. Experiences. And then we are welcome proudly as the head of Department of Economics, Gadjah Mada University, SA, MSc, PhD. Please welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for inviting me to be the to give a lecture today. Thank you, Pak Akbar, and also all of the committee who run this conference, and also all of the participants. I would like to share directly to my my materials. Okay, so this is the materials that I would like to present to you. So the idea is that, okay, we've been through the COVID-19, but then the question is that, you know, how the recovery can be done. But then there is some complexity in that we have at the moment, that indeed the recovery has been, you know, we're doing the recovery, yes, but then the recovery itself is under uncertainty. We don't know what's going on in the future, especially because after the COVID-19, soon after the COVID-19, there are some confounding factors which is very difficult to make us very difficult in the world today, is the invasion of the Ukraine by the Russia. And we don't know as yet, you know, whether this kind of act will be followed by other forces in other part of the world. Now, this creates some complexity. But then the question that we need to ask is that, okay, what can we learn from this, all of this saga that we have start from 2 years ago, after when we had a COVID, and then we've been through the COVID. And then the question in the future is that what should we do next in order to face the uncertainty of the world itself. So this is the graph that usually I presented starting from when we had a COVID in the first place about more than 2 years ago. What is the difference between then and now is the box in this is the yellow box. The yellow box, it just emerged probably last year, when we can see, you know, we can foresee what would happen in the future. So basically we facing, you know, into the three state of the world. So the state of the world prior to the COVID, and then we have the COVID. And then now we're facing after the post-COVID. So this is reminiscent to the Second World War situation, actually. We have a pre-World War and then the World War itself, but then after the World War. What is the difference between the Second World War and the COVID-19 is there are two things. The first is about the scale of the problem. The World War is just involving only three continents, but the COVID involving all continents. During the Second World War, if you can see, the Northern and the Southern America, actually there is no war whatsoever. So even if, although at that time, the Europe and also Europe, Africa, and Asia was crippled, but Australia and the America, both South and North America, they are actually, in terms of the economy, they're still flourishing. That's why after the war, the American has, they can initiate what I call the Marshall Plan and also the Colombo Plan. And it's good for everybody in the world at that time. Because if the American didn't do that, they didn't pursue the Marshall Plan, the problem will be with them. At that time, they produced lots of goods and services, but then after the war, how can you market it, your product? How can you sell the product? Because most of the people in the world, they actually suffer. So their purchasing power is actually low. So that's why they have a Marshall Plan and the Colombo Plan in order to improve the demand, the aggregate demand of the world. But at the same time, this is the channel for the American to sell their goods and services that at that time, it was so, they have a high production level at that time. But unfortunately, the situation would be different today because every country suffer from COVID-19. And even some countries now are still struggling with a COVID. So what does it mean? It means the recovery itself will be much lower than what would happen, what was happening after the Second World War. There is no such a big economy at the moment. They are not suffer from a COVID. They don't get some kind of economic contraction. Every country suffer from all of the contraction, and on top of that, we still have a problem, which is a big problem at the moment. It is the impact of the aggression of the Russia to the Ukraine. Now, indeed, that for Indonesia, for instance, we don't consume that much about the grain, although the demand for the grain is increasing at the moment. But then the most part of the world, they still suffer from they use grain as the main meal. So they and in the future there is a tendency the price of the grain will increase, and then they're still creating the adding up the uncertainty of the situation. Okay, so this is the after we have the pandemic, then the question is that what should we do? Yeah, it seems to me that we need to have some sort of a requirement or the arrangement together in the world. We need to see the world as one unity in these circumstances. Why? Because the problem is that what about the next pandemic? The next pandemic is the question about the pandemic is not if, but when. Now, prior to the COVID-19, this kind of question never been raised, especially by the economists. And if you see any model in economics, there is no such thing as the macroeconomics model with the pandemic in it. Yeah. Ask Pusakar for that. If you see the any type of a model, macroeconomics model, and then you see the equation, there is no such thing as the pandemic has been accommodated into the model itself. But now people start thinking about that, and they start to adding up the pandemic into the model in macroeconomic, especially into the growth, whether you use the DSG or you use the business cycle, or new Keynesian, for instance. It doesn't matter. But then the way it works is that they start to acknowledge the shock of the pandemic. Now, the future pandemic will occur. The only question is that it's not if, but when. Now, if this is the situation, then we need to prepare a system in such a way that all countries in the world are aware about this and how to tackle this problem together. Now, another question that should we raise is that this poster, or this poster was so familiar in March 2020, and I think in Indonesia, one of the celebrity trying to share this, and it's become viral. But when I look at that, it seems, why is it that we always think in the individual way? Why is it that we always said that we're not in the same boat, but we are in the same store? We need to change the way we work. And if you see the budget deficit at that time, so we can see the difference between the country that has sufficient funding and between the poor country and the developing, between the developing and the developed countries. The spending of the budget deficit are different, and obviously the way they face the pandemic are also different. Another lesson that we learn is the use, that we can see that the evidence-based policy matters. Unfortunately, this is occurred in Indonesia. The first year of the pandemic is just useless. The way the government works is just useless. Why? Because, I'm sorry, the health minister didn't do anything. If you are the health minister and then you have a pandemic, but then you not even say anything, so who will we follow then at that time? So when we work, we develop, we form Sonjo. So basically what we do is that, okay, just do it, just do it on our own, because there is no guidance from the government. The government didn't tell us about how to do, and everybody is still learning at that time. And then we just do whatever we want to do at that time. And what we ask to our colleague from the Faculty of Medicine, and then when they said so, and then we just follow through basically. But in January 2021, that landscape is totally different. When the new Minister of Health, he used the evidence-based policy thoroughly, and it's changed the landscape altogether. Since then, we follow what's the guidance from the Ministry of Health. And why is it that we need to follow that? Because at that time, since then, they can see the what's going on in the future, and they're always honest to us about what would happen in the future, what will going on happening, and then that will prepare us about oh, we know that will be a vaccination, we know about the booster, and we know about everything. So that's why we prepare ourselves in facing up all of the strategies in the future. So the crucial way here is that when we deal with such atrocities like COVID, and also probably the impact of the Russian invasion, for instance, is that how do we see the atrocity itself? Do we see it as a disaster? If we do we see it as a war? When we work in the Sonjo, we never seen the COVID-19 as a disaster. We perceive it as a war. And so who is the enemy at this time? If you're talking about the war, and then who is the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy is ourselves, because the spread of the COVID is because of it depends on how disciplined we are actually to follow the health protocol. And so the strategies that we develop is basically three things: expect the unexpected in terms of the impact, thinking innovatively or thinking the unthinkable about the strategy on how to do things. And the most important thing is the resource mobilization. Because without resource mobilization, you will not win the war. Because the idea in our head, in our perception, is that this is a war. And if this is a war, the most paramount thing that you need to do is to secure the resources and how to mobilize the resources. Now, has the war ended yet? The answer is not yet. Yeah, it's not only because indeed the COVID maybe we goes towards the endemic at this time, but all of the other uncertainty in the world may still persist. So here we can use the role of the social capital, actually, and it's still relevant today for working together in order to minimize the impact of the uncertainty of the world. Okay, and how we do that? We can use internet. We can work together using the internet, WhatsApp, any method that we can use, any media that we can use. Many people ask me about, how can it be that people who do not know each other, and they only discuss in a WhatsApp group, but they can work together? And I said, now this is a part of the theory that came, which is the theory said, that the prosocial behavior is actually intuitive. What does it mean? It means when you facing the social dilemma, and then you ask people to work with you. And if they tend to choose a prosocial behavior, their decision will be very fast. Yeah. So they don't have to think about twice or second. They just do it. Okay, I will help you. That's the prosocial dilemma. That's a prosocial behavior in the social dilemma. But another question is that, but how can you work with the people, but you don't see them and you don't even know them? It doesn't matter, because our research shows that exposing the face of your opponent, for instance, to work in a social dilemma circumstances like this, it's just adding up the time of making a decision, but it doesn't change the prosocial behavior itself. Okay, so how do you work with that? Use the theory and implement the theory. And if you don't work with it, if you don't learn the theory or you don't do the research, then you cannot do a breakthrough on how to do things. Yeah. So, and how to do the resource mobilization? Well, just do anything. Yeah. Of course, during the war, crisis, a pandemic, resource mobilization is a paramount. Yeah. And the state budget is only 1/6 of the GDP. Most of the SME, still 50% are in, most of them are informal sector. But then during the recovery, during the COVID and also in the recovery, the role of this SMEs will be paramount. So that's why still, how to accelerate to work together with them is very important in these circumstances. The way that what we did, this is a strategy that actually is still, that will be very relevant until today, is how to support the SMEs pursuing the digital transformation one way or another. It probably used the simplest form, but then it's open into the discussion of exploring more elaborate form, basically. And this is what we do, and actually we can do this together. And of course, we need what is the difficult bit is how to transform from the initial level whereby the SMEs, they do not use the digital things, and then they start to understand that they have to learn, that the requirement for them to learn something on about digital things. Now that is the starting point. That is actually that is the trickiest point, because after that everything will be much easier to deal with. Oops, sorry. Why is it it's freezing my? Oh, here you go. No. Okay. There are many things that we can do. We can use as well the community in these circumstances, and even some small, a simple method like how to create some sort of like advertisement and things like that. We can teach to the SMEs, and I tell you what, that actually our SMEs is actually wonderful. To work with them is very wonderful. It's easier for them to accommodate and to learn something new. And thanks, I don't know whether this kind of skill is actually only because we are Asian or not. But then it seems to me that Asian people, it's much easier to adapt into the new digital platform and embracing the new technology. And I think this is something that we need to appreciate, and we need to use this optimally. And peer learning, of course, is very important as well, based on our experience. And when a colleague using, they learn something and then they're trying to teach to other SMEs, it seems this is very effective way in dealing with the, embracing a new technology. Okay, and then what we trying to do at that time is also how to relate between how to run the economy, how to energizing the economy, but at the same time we link into the needs of the of people in the health sector, and it's worked, because at that time many people are in isolation. Then the question is that how to fulfill the logistic of the people in the isolation, and then we can link together between the health and the economy at the same time. Okay, so what is the lesson learned? So the lesson learned is that, in my opinion, is that we need to prepare for the next pandemic. Why is it this happened? Because again, the question is not if, but when. And secondly, is that the problem is Indonesia is that we lack of a sense of crisis and trust. And why is it that we lack a sense of crisis and trust? Because since we obtain our independence, all of the narratives is talking about how prosperous this country. But then it doesn't matter how prosperous this country, the natural resources will not be sufficient to support all of our needs, especially for the future generation. There is now the sense of crisis. It should be based on the realization that actually resources are limited, and indeed the resources are limited. And if we see the country who are flourishing today, who developed today, most of them, they don't have any they don't have any natural resources. They are not rich with the natural resources. Put Japan and South Korea, for instance, they don't have that. But then why is it that they can be developed countries, but not for us? Now, so this is part of the paradigm shift that we need to do. And also the role of the social capital need to be imposed in these circumstances in order to need to be strengthened in order to reach the sustainability. Another thing that we trying to propose here is what I call the fairness equilibrium. I see that there are many, from time to time, especially when we're dealing with the subsidy and the fuel subsidy, people tend to be take what I call the culture of a free, like a gratis culture. Everything it should be taken for granted, and they once the subsidy has been given, and they don't want to leave the subsidy. But then when we did our research, we asked to the people who doesn't have any car at that time, any motorcycle or any car. And then we asked, what would happen if the price of the if the fuel subsidy has been reduced? And they said, oh, we don't have any problem with that. But when the people has a 1 or 2 cars, and we asked the same question, and they objected directly, and they said, no, the subsidy has to be should be maintained for poor people. For poor people? Is it poor people or for you? Now, this is a question that we need to raise. That actually, this kind of a culture that we have, many rich people tend to use the poor people for their own benefits. Now, trying to use the fairness equilibrium in in dealing with this. And why is it that we cannot use the altruism? Because altruism is very costly, and rather than using altruism, I prefer to use a fairness equilibrium because our resources is actually limited. Sorry. Okay, and then the lesson learned, also the adaptation, and the adaptation is paramount in here, and how people adapt and also to innovate. That's the most important thing. What we learned from here, from the sonjo that we have, is actually, it doesn't matter what you want to do. We can achieve almost anything. Only one thing, that what we need to do is just one thing: mau, or eagerness, or willingness to do something. Once we do we can tackle our status quo bias, or endowment effect, or present biasness. Then mau, or the eagerness, or the willingness, can take advantages, and we can achieve anything that we want to do. But working hard and with 1M, we call it as 1M. What is that? It's mau, or willingness, or eagerness. And once we can do that, I believe that so there are so many things that we can achieve together. I think that's my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Apologies if there is some mistake. And then after the Mas Bima Yudhistira, and then we can continue with the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Rimawan. Well, we got so many insights, and we can hear many knowledge from him. My beloved ladies and gentlemen, we will hear the second speaker in this precious conference. I will read his curriculum vitae of him first. He is Mr. Bima Yudhistira Adinegara MSc, study international undergraduate program at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Gadjah Mada University, and got masters at University of Bradford, England. And now he is the director of CELIUS, Center of Economic and Law Studies, a think tank in the field of economics and public policy. And in 2020, he was the fourth most vocal millennial and the most quoted by mass media. Wow, many experiences of him. So we are welcome proudly as the Director of Center of Economic and Law Studies, kindly invited Mr. Bima Yudhistira MSc. Time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Rinda Andriani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I will say thank you for having me to join this fruitful discussion. And I heard a lot from Pak Rimawan about the social capital. I think this is one of the interesting topic to be discussed further. And I would like to special thanks to my senior lecturers in Faculty of Economics and Business, Pak Akbar Susamto. Also, Pak Rimawan has been a very great lecturer that I've been through since my undergraduate students in that faculty. So I will say thank you to Mbak Isdina Farha, organizing our committee for this conference, and also all the participants of the papers. Hopefully, some of you choose to be the best papers from the end of this discussion. So I would like to share my presentation, a quick one. Yeah, okay. So Parimawan already sees some new insights about the lesson learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, how we can learn from the failure of the government policy. And I will add something that maybe we can have for the future research or further discussions about how about the next economic recovery, how about the next economic challenge after the COVID-19. Even though we will see perhaps some future pandemic problems overhead of us, but we will see there is actually 4 new challenges occurs when the pandemics begin to slowing down. Right now in Indonesia, we have around 300 cases daily, so a little bit lower than previous Omicron cases at the time. But we see the first one is everyone is talking about high inflation everywhere, not only in Indonesia, but everyone in the US, every policymakers in the Europe, every corporations in the Russia, Ukraine, everyone is talking about what is the risk of the supply chain disruptions. How about the raw material increase? It's affecting the output of the manufacturing sectors, food and beverage scarcity, Sri Lanka unrest because of the high inflation and mismanagement of the government policy there. So high inflation is one of the topics that perhaps raise new research to help the government, especially the Indonesian government. So Indonesian governments can have multiple solutions to encounter inflation problems. Even though the May inflation is only 0.4% monthly, but we will see higher inflation perhaps in the second semesters this year. So if we see from the latest data from the US economy, and inflation rate is 8.5% in the first quarters of 2022 in the US. This is one of the highest inflations since 1980s. So let's say 30 years ago, they have inflation because of the oil boom at the time, with the invasion of the Iraq at the time, war in the Gulf area. But there is another part of the inflation that we should looking at right now, because there is the cost push inflations, where the disruption of the raw materials, logistic disruptions because of the war in the Russia and Ukraine is increasing the price of the distribution. Also, some of the countries like India and Argentina lately, they possess a serious protectionism act to limit the export of wheat, sugars, meat, and some of the soybean oil as well. So the inflation rate is alarming because many believe that some of the household is not ready for the higher inflation. Some of the household, like a 20% top income household, may have a lot of saving during the pandemic. But how about 40% household from below of the society or from the expenditure level? Every 1% increase of the inflation will suffer a lot of the poor household. And this is also a challenge how the inflation can affecting poverty rate, maybe this year or next year. And if the inflation is keep growing, there is another possessing risk about increasing of the interest rate. Many of the major central bank, for instance, in the US and in the European Union, they're already increasing interest rate. At least what we see from the Fed increasing interest rate lately is creating a lot of the opportunity and also a lot of the risks that there will be like a higher chance of the recession. So when the increasing interest rate is become a burden for the household, for the company, it will creating a trigger that the cost of fund of the company is increased dramatically. So company that have debt to equity ratio higher than previous years, for instance, they're possessing higher risks of default because the cost of fund is increased rapidly, but the demand from the consumers is not yet there. So from the survey, for instance, from the Bloomberg, they survey a lot of the investors, 525 investors. Many of them is institutional investors like Goldman Sachs and Bank of America. 48% said there will be chance of the recessions in the coming 2023. So everyone is now warning about the future recession. So we already passed the crisis of the pandemic. Indonesian economy right now is growing positively, but we still don't know what happened in the next year. And the global food inflation is also surged. There is the rise of the protectionism. So any one of you, any students in the postgraduate degree in UGM, they interest to study about the food price, how affecting the household, about the inequality, and also how the global food fertilizer price is also increased dramatically. So I see some of the farmers, I think last 2 weeks ago, Pak Gadjah invited me to give solution about the food problems. So then I asking several farmers in Central Java province, they will say that this is very dangerous, Pak. Why dangerous? Because the price of the fertilizers is increased more than 200%. So this is a very, very serious risk that when there is an increase of the input of production in the farming sector, agriculture sectors, they'll be increasing also consumer price level. So this is alarming rate, and not only happening in Indonesia, because the global food price index already increased sharply from early of the pandemic 2020. And the combination between the protectionism, trade protectionism, because every country right now see that the level of the supply of food is in the alarming rate. India, for instance, they have also major climate impact. There will be like a drought in the western part of the India. In Australia also, they have problems with the cattle productions. This also impacting Indonesian economy as well. Many of the food production we also imported from Australia, from India, from US, also from Ukraine, for instance, wheat import is so significantly affected by the war in the Ukraine. So protectionism, rising input of a production price of the fertilizers, and lead to the protection of the some of the major trade country that we work through. This is also impacting a lot of the macroeconomic variables. Number two, I think every country in the world right now seeking new funding, new fresh money from abroad, because they want to start their economy. They want to recover faster. They need more funding from abroad. But this is a question not about the quantity of the investment, about the FDI stocks, but also the question about how big the quality. I read a lot of article and comment from Pak Akbar Susanto. I think it's very, very important to acknowledge that there is not only investment in terms of the number of the realization of investment, but also how it affecting the workers, how it affecting the labor absorption. I think that's one of the big question right now, because Pak Jokowi visiting Tesla, visiting SpaceX, and also visiting big company in the US. This is very, very unusual, yeah. President of Indonesia meeting one-on-one with the foreign investors or foreign business when they visit their countries, yeah, abroad. So the quality investment challenge. Now let's see from this graph or picture here. Many countries suffers from the loss of $1 billion of the investment during the pandemic. But let's see, there is a China. China FDI stocks is increased during the pandemic. So this is kind of a China miracle. When everyone is shocked because of the decrease of the investment flow in their countries, China shows increase in the number of the FDI stock. And China also one of the few countries that can possess a positive growth at the end of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Vietnam posts a high positive economic growth at that time as well. So we can see here, the problem is some of the countries still able to increase the investment even during the pandemic. But the big question is, how about Indonesia? Indonesia FDI stock in billion US dollar decreased from 24 billion US dollar decreased to 19 billion US dollars. So this is the big question, is why investment is not coming to Indonesia? Even during the hard times, China and Vietnam still present a very good numbers of the investment. And we see from the longer part, from 1990s until pre-pandemic levels, there's still a problem between the FDI inflows, quality of the investments, comparing with the other countries in Southeast Asia. So we lost quality of the investments because $1 investments in Indonesia is not creating a huge of the workers or employment labor absorption. But on the other hand, the number also problematic because from the pre-pandemic level is only 6.3% of the FDI inflows compared to the gross fixed capital formation over the periods, because we have a domestic capital inflow and also foreign direct investment capital inflow. So if you're focusing on the FDI, it's only very, very small number of the FDI coming to Indonesia even before the pandemic. So the big question is, once again, why is there a problem with the FDI? Because we want to restart our economy, we need a lot of the FDI inflows. One of the problem is we see a different view from the government. Me myself have a very different view from the government, how to see we can attract new investment. The government said that the problem is a lot of a bureaucracy, but the solution can be solved, one of them with the omnibus law at the time, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. So I think I invite every one of you, every students in the postgraduate level of economics to study more how correlation between the foreign direct investment and establishment of the omnibus law can attract more investment or decrease the investment. Because during that time, it is not widely published in the national media, but I have a copy letter from the major investors, especially this is very, very important investors, global investor. They have 4.1 trillion asset under management, AUM. So each of the investor possess a very, very critical concern about the omnibus law in terms of the two things. The first one is about the corruption. So in the omnibus law, they don't talk anything about how to increase law enforcement of the corruption cases, because the corruption is one of the attributable to the high increase of the ICOR, incremental capital output ratio. Right now, the ICOR increased from 6 to 8.5, data from the Bappenas. And the second one, they possess a serious issue about the environment, apart from the worker condition created by the omnibus law. So many of the foreign or global investors thinking that if the Indonesian government want to attract new investment or existing investment, they want to enlarge factory, for instance, they should care about the environmental law enforcement, reform of the environmental law, not to decrease the safeguard of the environment. So many of the investors poses a big question. I meet one of them to have a one-on-one talks meeting. They said that why your government is acting like Bangladesh, why your government is acting like Ethiopia. I still don't have any proper research to answer that, but I said that because there is some major narrative in the government policy. If we want to attract new investment, especially in the textile and apparel industry, we need to lower our safeguard level, both workers and environments. So therefore, yes, you got it. We don't want to invest in your country, they say. I want to invest in Vietnam. But Vietnam is communist ideology. It doesn't matter. They have a better worker protection. They have a better environmental safeguard rather than Indonesia under the Omnibus Law umbrella. So this is a very, very challenging moment. Post-pandemic recovery need big investment. We want to build new capital. But the problem is the investment is not there. SoftBank declined to invest in the new capital because one of them said that environment social governance standard, or ESG, in Indonesia is problematic or below the average level. And the third issue, I think, related to the quality of investment in terms of the environmental concern, environmental safeguards, is the green economy. This is also important and interesting research topic to be discussed further. We visit a lot of countries. We campaign in the major US television, please invest to Indonesia. But when they come to Indonesia, they send a team first. Elon Musk maybe attend Indonesia or come to Indonesia in next November. But in 2019 and 2022, during the pandemic, Elon Musk sent some of the team to assess, is Indonesia ready to become a hub or industrial manufacturing for Tesla electronic vehicle. They assess, one of the assessment is environment social governance, environment social governance standard. So this is kind of the standard that many of the foreign investors need to fulfill before the selecting country for productions. So the team of the Tesla back to Elon Musk and report that Indonesia is not ready because the first one, the nickel, which is raw materials of the battery, is not fulfilling environmental safeguard. That's the first one. The second one, they found a lot of the foreign worker, which is unskilled, illegal foreign workers working in the nickel industries. Therefore, they're selecting another country for nickel, which is Australia. So Australia supply a lot of a nickel for the battery production of Tesla. And India is become the manufacturing of the Tesla. And the hub of the Southeast Asia marketing of the Tesla is not in Jakarta, but in Bangkok, Thailand recently. So we lost a lot of investment opportunity because we're not preparing our huge standard or rising standard of the ESG investment. Why ESG is very important right now? Because ESG also one of the factors to assess that if they invest in some countries, some specific industry or searching partner company, the highest the ESG standard, lower level of the debt default, lower level of the credit risk. I think this is also interesting studies because not many research paper elaborate more about the ESG standards. I will first move forward. So there are also interesting things here from the financial analysis that if the company increase the ESG standard, there will be like a strong correlated to the highest earning. So it is wrong to say that if the company or some country increase the safeguard of the environment, it will be like a burden, it will be like a cost of that company or countries. But on the other hand, it's also increasing returns. So compare with the average company, which is perform lower than the highest ESG rating companies. So many studies prove that if we increase the safeguard of environment and labor and governance in terms of the corruptions, law enforcement, it will be increased returns and increase eagerness for investment to join. Number 4, I think this is for a researcher which is interest for digital economy. Parimawan, I totally agree with you that small medium enterprise as a backbone for recovery in Indonesia, and a lot of the small medium enterprise need help, especially from academia, to increase the digital adoptions, to decrease the digital gap between urban and rural small medium enterprise. But also, apart from the big increase or surge of the digital economy, there also recently, post-pandemic, there is recently a curious case about the tech bubble. So many of the venture capital, which is previously injecting billion or trillion US dollars, not only in Indonesia, but also many of the countries' startups, the other countries' startups, they send letters like a SoftBank and also Vanguard and Sequoia Capital. They sent a letter to the founders, to the CEO, said that you need to lay as many as possible employee right now. There will be no injection of the capital. You need to freeze your new employee offering and also to reduce the R&D spendings. This is still debatable whether there is a tech bubble or not. But this is also challenging fact that consumers like us already receive a lot of a benefit because we get cashback and promotions. We buy a lot of stuff in the e-commerce, especially during the pandemic. But the futures of the startups, the future of the digital economy might seem somehow gloomy, right, or cloudy. And we need to see how this changing of the landscape of the startup, I think it's not end of the digital economy, but some of the startup perhaps survive, like what happened in the .com bubble 2001, but also some startup need to consolidate, even need to bankrupt as a part of the selection. So I think I just want to share that there are 4 topics that perhaps need to be researched more deeply, engaging with the historical long data to capture solution, especially to the government. Because if we as academia, as a researchers, not helping the government to formulate a proper solution after the COVID-19 pandemic, perhaps we can lead to another wrongdoing. Like Pak Rimawan said earlier, that in the early pandemic, we just confused what happened, what is the government policy, and so on and so on. I think this is a very good discussion. Thank you. I'm sorry if it's just above the time given to me. I will be back to Mbak Rinda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Bima. We get so many knowledge from him. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the question and answer session. In this beautiful moment, I would like to welcome you to share your opinion, question, and attention from the ground rules for plenary session that we have said before. Already presented by Mr. Rimawan and Mr. Bima. Yeah, we are both the most expert in economy, so genius, intelligent, and handsome. So I know you have so many questions that you want to share to our both speakers, and you have curiosity, to know more about the lessons which already delivered. Okay, for the participants, you can raise hand first, or the participants who wish to pose questions verbally are prioritized. We will see who is the participant who want to ask first. Okay, good. Wow, so many. Okay, I will give the chance first for Agatha Nina. So please speak up.
All right, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Yeah. Good morning, Bapak Rimawan and also Bapak Bima. Thank you for the insightful material you have delivered to us. I am interested to both of your presentation today. As it is known that there are 3 strategies carried out by the government to control the high unemployment rate during the COVID-19 pandemic. If I'm not mistaken, the first one is related to conducting various competency and productivity based with training with the training center, or it is known as pre-employment cards, Kartu Prakerja, and then the second one, the development programs to expand job opportunities through UMKM. And then the last one, opening of consulting services. And then based on your humble perspectives, Pak, does the government's policy related to the strategies to control high unemployment rate have a significant effect on increasing incoming per capita region, especially in relation to economic recovery? Thank you.
Okay, please be answered by Mr. Imawan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think there are several policy by the government that actually in place, and it's provide a good or effective proof in these circumstances. For instance, the Prakerja has already proven that Prakerja is effective in this case. So I think what we need to do is to carry on with the Prakerja. One thing that we need to ascertain now, this one, another policy that, in my opinion, please correct me, Mas Bima, if I'm mistaken. One policy that we haven't done as yet since we are independent is how to transform from the informal sector to the formal sector. We don't have the what is that? Some sort of like policy to do this. And based on our experience in Sonjo, for instance, when we give we facilitate the UMKM, the SMEs for embracing a new technology and everything, and then afterward, it's surprisingly that they deal with it themselves. They're trying to fulfill all of the requirement to be the formal sector. Now this is very interesting to see that. Unfortunately, we don't see that. The government have a affirmative action in order to do that. Because if once the informal sector moves towards the formal sector, then there are so many things that will help. For instance, in terms of the tax and everything, it will help the economy in terms of the sustainability of the economy. And I think this one should be pursued, and also probably the government should provide some kind of help, on how to transform the informal to the formal sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imawan. It's a very good question, Agatha, Nina. And we are going to...
Pak Bima provide, probably have a thought about that. Please, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bima, to be continued.
Yeah. Perhaps I have some, it's not critics yet, but kind of a further solution related to the Kartu Prakerja. First of all, since the beginning of Kartu Prakerja, I will ask the Kartu Prakerja management and also Ministry of Economic Coordinator, Pak Erlangga at the time. Pak, please tell us what is the output of the Kartu Prakerja? How many people already get a training in Kartu Prakerja, seeing a lot of a beautiful video? How about that beautiful video and also training, online training at the time, because of the pandemic? It can be translated into new labor absorption, especially how many of the workers can be absorbed in the government sectors, in the small, in the state-owned enterprise or BUMN, from the output of the Kartu Prakerja. And since the beginning, there is no clear answer, because the government said that the Kartu Prakerja is only provide solution for increasing skills, increasing kind of a chance to get a work. But the big question still relies. If the output right now present on the various form of the report of Kartu Prakerja already published, that Kartu Prakerja helps a lot of a young generation to become entrepreneurs. So I think that's not the output of Kartu Prakerja, because entrepreneurs, like technical workshops, technical trainings, a lot of the private sectors provided for free. Google provided for free. Facebook provided for free as well. Instagram, TikTok, even they know a lot of better how to become a tech entrepreneurs, how to become a local content, provide free as well. So my solution will be like, if the government is committed, first state-owned enterprise should become the first priority. The best talent coming from the Kartu Prakerja should be absorbed by the government entity, at least government state-owned enterprise. And the second one is, we also have 300 more of the BLK, Balai Latihan Kerja or training centers in each of the district or each of the region. So they can combine it with the virtual training and so on, but still some of the technical skill, like machinery, like a textile apparel industry, need a manual touch. It cannot be said that you can make apparel through the Zoom meeting, right? Research can done with the Zoom, social research, but some of the specific skills need to be done manually with the machine, with the touch in-person training. So I think that's my suggestion for further Kartu Prakerja improvement.
Yeah,
I think that's for the digital small medium enterprise. Still, the problem is sectoral ego. In Indonesia, ego sectoral. So many of the minister, Pak Rimawans, they have programs of the SME empowerment.
yeah.
I already said to Pak Teten and also staff sus of small medium enterprise minister, yeah, Pak Riza. So Pak, instead you coming through the good programs of the small medium enterprise empowerment, you better collaborate with the private sectors and collaborate with the CSR, corporate social responsibility of state-owned enterprise. Because Pertamina, Pak, they have SME empowerment, social enterprise, and so on. So I think collaboration is one thing rather than government budget, which is right now very limited, expand in the, I think, not useless, but duplicate a lot of the similar program which the other entity already have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Mawan and Mr. Bima. We continue to the second question from Mr. Fahid Shauki. Okay, please welcome.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all the opportunities. Good morning, Pak Rimawan and also Pak Bima. So right here, we face like challenges and opportunities, especially in education. For about 87 students study at home over the world, and then of course they need education application. But the problem is nowadays the education application, they sell the data, the students' data from data mining, and they use it for digital marketing. They make like digital marketing, so that they influence the student to play the smartphone more and more. So here we don't have like a policy before. So I want to ask the perhaps solution, the good solution, what the solution for the what the solution for selling students data by education application nowadays. Thank you.
Okay, please be answered by Mr. Rimawan first.
Okay. Actually, the problem that you mentioned, Mas Fahid, is not only in education, but everywhere. That's why from time to time we have a strange call from somebody that we don't know, and all of a sudden, offering us some product. And I think everybody experienced that in Indonesia. The question is that, does it happen in developed countries? The answer is no. Why? Because the individual data is actually protected. Now, back again to the remark that actually the last part of the presentation that's been done by Mas Bima, it's very interesting. When we talk about the omnibus law, we're not talking about the governance. We're not talking about the governance, but the governance is actually what the needs that should be seen by the investor. The way we design the omnibus law is only based on the supply side of the domestic entrepreneurs. But we never thought about the demand side from the investor abroad. And we you know, the guy who designed the I can bet to you, yeah, anybody who wrote the omnibus law, they don't understand the rationality of the investor abroad. They don't know how they live in Europe or in OECD countries, whereby everything is limited and everything is regulated. And why is it that the investor in abroad need talking about the safeguard of environment? You can see, you know, from Mas Bima talk directly to the investor. I'm not. What I'm trying when I did my research on omnibus law, I think that's when the first time there's been launched. I start to work with that, and even I trying to make some sort of like mapping of all of the omnibus law. I think it's about a 1,000 page at that time. Yeah, and I put the in Excel, you know, which page is talking about some law. And what I've seen in there is that, whoa, this is just to assume that everything can be solved by the price decision. If you make some sort of like everything cheap, then all the investor will come. No, we made a big mistake, because we don't know the rationality of the investor abroad. If you live in the OECD country, and if you live as an investor, there are so many requirements that you face, and the most importantly, they don't afraid of what's going on in Indonesia. Supposedly that they violating the law, and then they were caught in Indonesia. Do they afraid of that? It's not about that, but they have to comply into two laws. This is the regulation in OECD. They have to if you have a investor goes to Indonesia, they are come from OECD. They have to comply to two laws: law in Indonesia and the law in their own country. Now the problem is that this is linked. If they violated the law in Indonesia, for instance, you involved in any corruption, and then the Indonesian government made inquiry to the home country, they will comply. This is different from India or China. This is not India or China. It's different. So that's what they're afraid of, because once they were caught they involved, or they were proven involved in corruption in Indonesia, for instance, their reputation at home is problematic. Remember the case of Garuda and who's that? The Rolls-Royce. The case of the Rolls-Royce is not come from us. It's not KPK who did that, but the authority of anti-corruption in the UK, who did investigation for 10 years, and they managed to get they can prove that there is some kind of a bribery, and then when they check, it goes through Singapore and also in Indonesia, and that's why the case of Garuda emerged, because of that. See? So I can understand why is it that Elon Musk went to Australia and not to Indonesia. Why? Because the design of our law doesn't take into consideration the safeguard of the environmental safeguard, and also the anti-corruption. And everybody knows in the world that KPK has been weakened by our government. And that's not easy to revive, to say oh no, there's actually KPK very strong. No way. Everybody knows, everybody read the paper. I'm sorry. If you as if you're somebody like Elon Musk, how difficult is it to get to know about Indonesia? It's very simple. Yeah, hire professional people to know about Indonesia, and voila, they can get the information, everything that you need. Now this is the situation. Again, that's including the individual information that can be traded, for instance. Our authority didn't do that. They didn't try to tackle the problem. And if you invest in this kind of a situation, and you live from the OECD country, the question is that, is there any country that we can go safely for our investment? That's the natural question. But we don't, the problem is that we don't address this kind of question. I think that's for me. Thank you.
All right, can be added by Mr. Bimal, please.
Okay, so the current debate about the data breach in any of the digital apps right now is being to the parliament, because the parliament right now is proposing the personal data protection law, undang-undang perlindungan data pribadi. But we suggest that the Indonesian government, Indonesian parliament, any political party across ideology should reference to the general data protection regulation in EU. So I think this is the gold standards right now we have in the international reference. So general data protection regulations is creating a very, very specific how to decrease number of the breach of the personal data. So they also have a specific regulation about the purpose of managing the personal data of the consumers, categories of data being managed, who manage their personal data. And also I acknowledge 4 points from the general data protection regulation in the EU. The first one is the wider obligation for data processors. So any single companies inside or outside EU, European unions, that process the personal data on the behalf of a data controller should report to the Commission of the EU. And the second one is, if the consumers have experienced breach of the personal data, they're selling in the dark web, so they can report directly, and the company which is have a problem about the data securities can be fined by the government. And number 3, the right to data portability, and number 4 is right to be deleted. So the problem is, if I register in, let's say, Tokopedia or Shopee, right, and then there is a major breach of the personal data, but the problem is I no longer become a customer of the Shopee, so I have the right to tell Shopee and Tokopedia, stop using my data and please delete all my transaction data previously. I don't have any business with you anymore. This is not happening in Indonesia. Look what happened. Major of the e-commerce breach, BPJS Kesehatan breach at the time, right? COVID-19 patient data breach. You can find it in the dark web and they sell it, right, for some kind of amount. So we need to tell the government this need to be prepared with the specific regulation about the data protection. And hopefully the parliament will hear of us here. Some of the researchers specific in the data or cyber security already said that the government need to pass this as soon as possible, because this is very dangerous. We have 202 million user internet active right now. So from that 200 million user internet active is a lot of money coming from and can be misused by the startup or digital company in Indonesia or outside Indonesia territory. That's it. Yeah.
You got so many insight from this discussing. So we are going to continue for the next speaker, for the next question. This is from Abi Fadilah. He is the best student of economics and business faculty this year. Okay, please welcome Mr. Abi Fadilah.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Rinda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mas Bima Yudhistira and Bapak Rimawan Pradipyo. My question is about economic of Indonesia or Indonesia economy. Indonesia economic planning follows a 20-year development plan spanning from 2005 to 2025. It is segmented into 5-year medium-term development plans called the RPJMN or Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Menengah Nasional. each with different development priorities. The current medium-term development plan is the last pass of the 20-year. It is aims to further strengthen Indonesia economy by improving the country, human capital, and competitiveness in the global market. What is the economic impact? Indonesia economic impacted by the pandemic. Indonesia went from upper middle income to lower middle income status in July 2021. The pandemic also partially reversed recent progress in poverty reduction from the record low of 9.2% in September 2019 to 9.7% as of the September 2021. As Indonesia economic is now recovering, the country's GDP is projected at 5.1% in 2022, supported by growing commodity export and accommodative fiscal policy. My question is, what is the main problem to achieve Indonesia economic growth target? Last but not least, the growth can be encouraging all of Indonesia people, especially poor people. Thank you.
Very good question, Mr. Abi. Please be answered and respond for you first, Mr. Bima.
Okay, thanks, Mas Abi. Yeah, Mas Abi is doing a very good dissertation lately and asking me for kind of a panel survey. Okay, hopefully you'll be best dissertation as well, yeah, Mas Abi. Yeah. Okay, so about the economic challenge, yeah, and the growth sectors. First of all, we just worried that Indonesian economic in the long set data historically is correlated with the commodity prices. So when there is a coal price boom, when the oil price is above $100 per barrel, like what's happening right now, so we gain a lot of revenue windfall. The government is happy. In April 2022, yeah, last 2 months ago, so 2 months ago, the government said that there is a huge surplus, 100 trillion rupiah, because of the revenue windfall from the commodity. But this is also dangerous because if we see that when the government rely on more coal and also CPO export, because of the international price is so high, the government should be forget about how to increase the manufacturing sectors. So this is still debatable, but I believe from Daniel Roddick journal or thesis, they said that if some countries want to escape from the middle income status to become a high income status countries, they should increase the portion of the industry rather than commodity-based sectors. So this is what happened when the South Korea did, yeah. So they escape, become a high income countries, yeah, the other country as well. But some of the countries getting Dutch disease problem, they forget to increase the manufacturing sectors. They lost a lot of opportunity. So it should be reminded to the government of Indonesia, to Bu Sri Mulyani as well. So please, yeah, stop giving a lot of incentive to the coal company, to the CPO company. CPO company, yeah, recently get a lot of the incentive in terms of the subsidizing the cooking oil. So minyak goreng curah price is not stable, yeah, still fluctuate and kind of high for middle lower income families or household, but the company received trillion of rupiah subsidies from the BPDP Kelapa Sawit. So this is the first challenge, how to increase the shares of manufacturers under the commodity booming. The second one, I think, is about the fiscal consolidation. Of course, we believe that the government's expenditure is part of the GDP, but it's only like 8 to 10% maximums of the total GDP. So from myself, I'm not rely much about the government expenditures powers, yeah, to increase the Indonesian GDP recovery above 5% this year. So instead of rely much on the government, and the government itself in the problem right now, because the constitution said that the government need to decrease the fiscal deficit below 3% next year. So forget about the government. So I want to rely more about the investment. So to achieve medium long-term investment goals, to achieve long-term technological transfers, for instance, to increase the quality of the environment. So the government need to move from campaigning about the carbon emissions, campaigning about the COP 2016 goals. They need to make sure that any government policy is supporting the green economy right now, because there is still some of the contradictions. For instance, the government passed the carbon tax. Carbon tax is very important. We support in full-hearted with the carbon tax during the Undang-Undang Harmonisasi Peraturan Perpajakan at the time. But until today, carbon tax is not yet implemented. Why? Because the biggest state-owned enterprise, one of them is PLN, they reject carbon tax because they're afraid the burden of the PLN coal power plant is increased. The tariff will be increased because of the carbon tax. But the carbon tax is not all about power plant. Many sectors should be taxed, and the tax can be used for incentive for green sectors, renewable energy sectors. So we need to shift the paradigm. But right now the problem, Mas Abi, maybe you study also about political economy, is the ministers who have role to make a good regulation for the medium long-term time. Many of them have a conflict interest to stay in the coal industry, in the palm oil industry, in the nickel industry. So we need to pressure from academia, from the civil society, to ensure that the medium long-term goal, actually after the pandemic, is in line with the correct or proper long-term developments. So we don't need to talk about bonus demographic bonus 2030, right? And so on and so on. But we need to see that the government policy in line, not only campaigning the policy, but also in line with the action. No actions, no result. Thank you, Mbak Linda and Mas Abi. Good luck, Mas Abi, once again.
Thank you,
And
Mas
we would
Bima.
like to hear the commented and respond from our keynote speaker first, or Mr. Imawan, please.
Okay, Mas Abi, thank you for the question. I would like to give you a brutal truth, brutal fact. What is this? For 222 years, we are still under the, our structure of economy doesn't change. Our economy is still, occupied by the natural resource, extractive industries. And when the problem with extractive industries, if we always focus on extractive industries, don't even think about the manufacturing. Mas Bima said that we need to improve the manufacturing. Yes, I agree, 100% agree with that. But if the government always thinking about the natural, the extractive industries, then the manufacturing will go nowhere. The industrialization going nowhere. Why? Because the extractive economy requires extractive politics as well. And in doing so, then you need to repress the anti-corruption movement. So this is the problem. 222 years, Mas, since 1800. Can you imagine? We haven't changed our structure of economy. So our economy, our structural economy is still under colonized era. How can it be? Other countries change. There's Japan, they have changed. South Korea, they have changed, but not for us. So, and why is it that this one's happened? One of the problem is that first, since our independence, we never said to ourselves, there is no narrative saying that we have a crisis in natural resources. There is no sense of crisis that we have. And we don't acknowledge the, the scarcity of the resources. And that's why, and that's impact to our bureaucracy. Look at our bureaucrats. Look at our bureaucracy. What is the key performance indicator of the bureaucracy? Is budget absorption. What is budget? The budget from the production processes is just only input. How can it be that you use input as the indicator of a performance? Come on. Yeah. And the worst scenario that we have is that the successful of absorbing budget, it will increase your take-home pay. So what's going on when people trying to do the, when the bureaucrats work, they actually never thought about the outcome, but they think about how to maximize the absorption of the state budget, and in order to doing so, their wealth will increase. What's going on with the people? Well, they don't care. They don't care. And during the pandemic, it shows to us that this system is problematic. That's why in Sonjo, actually, what we did is creating some sort of like paradigm shift. When the bureaucrats always talking about money, we said there is no money in Sonjo. But do we deliver? We deliver without money. So how can it be that without money, we can achieve the outcome? And let's we compare with those who has a state budget every year. So this is a challenge, actually. The way that we put the challenge is by doing some kind of like a sarcastic way. creating the Sonjo that doesn't have any money, but by working together, we can achieve outcome. My question is that you have lots of money. Where is your outcome? See, this is the situation that we have in our country. Unless we would like to change this, we will not achieve what the Mas Bima suggests, which is the industrialization. And we need to go to industrialization. It's true, because only that way we will promote our our governance, yeah, tata kelola, and also by the time we improve our tata kelola or the governance, then the system, the whole system and economy will be efficient. Now, at that level, and then we can achieve something much better than what we have today. Thank you, Mas Bima, for reminding about that. What is that? Tony Roderick paper. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for our speakers. The last but not least, we have the opportunity for Mr. Talibur, 5 minutes to give the question for one of our speaker. Okay, please welcome Mr. Talibur.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Talibur. I'm from Bangladesh, by the way. And thank you so much, Pa Rimawan and Pa Bima, for the insightful presentation. So I have an opinion and, of course, a couple of questions to both of the distinguished speakers. So the opinion is like, since Mas Bima was showing the statistics, so according to the statistic, according to World Bank and IMF, the GDP growth of Bangladesh was plus. One of the few countries in the world who has the plus GDP, one of the highest GDP growth in terms of percentage in 2020-2021, and Bangladesh is considered as one of the fastest growing country, despite we have limitations, like maybe we have similar limitations with Indonesia. Because in Bangladesh, democracy is also absent for a long time. Although it's like self-proclaimed government, a democratic government, but it is like authoritarian mindset. So, and I think another reason that Vietnam is taking the chance of having the growth, because even though they are socialist, they have a good control on their country. So for example, COVID-19. So because of COVID-19, actually in 2021, Vietnam crossed Bangladesh in the textile industry, in the export of textile industry. However, later Bangladesh gained his positions after. So Bangladesh is the second highest remittance exporter, just after China. So since I was telling that Bangladesh and Indonesia has similarities, like for example, mega projects. So both of the countries are both of the governments are more interested to have mega projects when the economic recession is going on all over the world, and of course inflation. And for example, Indonesia is moving back, move its capital from Jakarta to Kalimantan, which is a super mega project. So when the COVID-19 is going on, then there are lots of economic challenges and GDP growth is minus. So what is your perspective on the mega project instead of focusing immediate shortcomings of the country's economy? And my second question is, Indonesia has a huge unemployment rate, but the population is almost 270 million, if I'm not mistaken. So what are the perspective of remittance contributing to Indonesian GDP? Because you don't need to be skilled labor to earn money from the abroad. But for example, in Bangladesh, so Bangladesh is also one of the highest unskilled labor provider to the world. So Indonesia has that weapon also, like population, and it's like 270 million comparing to Bangladesh 170 million. So like more 100 million more. So what is the perspective of remittance contributing to the Indonesian GDP, and also considering the unemployment rate? Thank you, thank you, Pariman and Pak Bima.
Very interesting questions. Say much love for Bangladesh, Mr. Talibur. And we are going to listen the answer from Mr. Imawan.
Okay, thank you. I think in my opinion, when we deal with the recovery, the most important thing that I will focusing on is a sector which has the real impact, real impact to the economy. That's why I put the SMEs in the first place. Why? Because SMEs doing a real job. They do the opening opportunity for the new job creation, and etc. And once the SMEs can flourish, now there are many jobs will be available, and we need to understand that indeed the SMEs may not necessarily be a formal sector. There's some of them, most of them are actually still informal sector. But then when we have under the COVID, of course there are many people become unemployed. So the most challenge that we have, the immediate challenge that we have, is how to create the job for them. Now, in that circumstances, why is it that I prefer to focusing on the SMEs rather than anything else? But what about the infrastructure or anything? Let's be honest with you. The infrastructure will require several years to the investment to return. And in my opinion, so far the investment in infrastructure under the Pak Jokowi, in my opinion, is sufficient at the moment. So during the recovery this time, of course the capital will be very scarce, and we need to think about how to put the best allocation of the resources in place. Now, in order to do that, then concentrate in a sector which proven to produce outcome, and also has a forward and backward linkage as high as possible. Then that's the way we're trying to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the speakers, Mr. Imawan, Mr. Bima, and all the participants who are already curious and many support for this conference. We close for the Q&A session, everyone.
I can
would like to say
one answer.
Yeah. Please.
Because in my presentation I also mentioned Bangladesh. Sorry not to offend you, but 80% of the Bangladesh economy, if I'm not mistaken, coming from garment and textile sectors. Am I right? So compared with the Indonesia, we are very small portion. So okay, about the new capital, I just want to have a short analysis. That the first one is, we are living in the digital, right? We're having Zoom meeting right now without any difficulties, as long as our internet access is good. So my argument is, if the government want to have more efficient bureaucracy, more productive working conditions, yeah, for government officials, government employee, so they don't need to move the new capital to Kalimantan. So they can work from anywhere. Yeah. So that's my answer. So location is not important.
It's not important. Yeah.
Location is not important. Location is important if, yeah, you're working in the textile apparel sectors, for instance, or you're moving the industrial area, industrial park. You need to have a big infrastructure project. That's fine. That's okay. But for moving government palace, yeah, Pak Jokowi Palace to Kalimantan, I don't think right now is necessary. Yeah, maybe Pak Jokowi want to build a palace like Tampak Siring in Bali. So Talebur, if you're coming to Bali, you see great palace of President Palace of Indonesia in Tampak Siring, or Istana Bogor in Bogor. So that's fine. Yeah, but if moving many ministers and government employee to Kalimantan, I don't think that's the first priority right now. We're work from anywhere. That's the government said, that not me said like that. So that the government is proposing young generation of the government worker or government officials to work from anywhere. So location is not important. So let's have some budget for another purposes. We have energy subsidies right now prioritized, inflation controlling subsidy prioritizing, and also helping private sectors, infrastructures. That's more important, because moving new capital, not decreasing level of logistic costs in Indonesia. Right now, 23.5% of GDP is logistic costs. We are highest compared with the Malaysia. I don't check Bangladesh yet, but we are highest compared with Malaysia, Thailand, and also with China. So moving capital may be not the solution of the current economic problem. That's my humble opinion. Sorry for saying Bangladesh lately. Yeah, I'm not personally.
No
I just shocked. Oh, there's a Bangladeshi.
No problem.
So
No problem.
very good to have further discussion with you perhaps next time. Thank you
Sure,
very much.
Actually,
Sorry,
we also call it unnecessary mega projects when we have this kind of project like shifting capital from one place to another. Yeah, thank you, Pa.
Thank you very much, yeah, for our best speakers and all participants. Yeah, I know there are many questions from you participants, and thank you for our best speakers, Mr. Rimawan and Mr. Bima. And the participant, you are so active, energetic, and smart. Yeah, for another question, yeah, please send to our chat box. Yeah, maybe we can send to our speakers by email after this. And yeah, I know this. We have limitation time, yeah. Okay, we are going to the next agenda from this conference. In order to capture the moment of our togetherness today, let's take a photo together first. And the photo session will be guided by the operator. So please, all of you, open your camera first. And I would like to count. Please give the best smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Please smile. We continue. There are so many slides, so please keep your best smile. 1, 2, 3. And for the last, please make a freestyle. Yeah, your own style. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the main session in this conference, parallel paper presentations. There are some participants who will present the paper, which already assisted and become the paper acceptance. We have announced in May 26, 2022. So we will divide you into 2 rooms after this. We will do the breakout room. In that room, will be moderated by our both chairs. Yeah, they are so smart, pretty, cheerful, and talented. In room 1, will be led by Ms. Shima Dewi MT SC and assisted by Bintang and Devi. As the room keeper, there are Mr. Andi Basso and Susan. And for the room 2 will be moderated by Mr. Pugu, assisted by Ms. Fitratul Fardila, and the timekeeper is Mr. Alif Arshad. Okay, let's study together and get many experiences in it. I will read the curriculum vitae for both our chairs first. Mrs. Shima Trusna is a junior lecturer at Gadjah University. She is an economist with substantial real-world experiences in the fields of creative industries, spatial economics, and modeling. And as a multidisciplinary approach, mixed methodologies, and creativity to unlock all opportunities. And she has experience as a development and thought lecturers in statistics, econometrics, macroeconomics, and international economics, as well as design and administrative exams. And research assistant of her conducted policy gap analysis between United Nations Sustainable Development Goals policies and the Dutch regulations in sustainable development, and created statistical model to project the locational patterns of digital industries in the Netherlands. Wow. An independent consultant helped the development manager sign a project deal with 3 new partners in France. And education. She was a master's program conducted in 3 different institutions: University of Glasgow, University of Barcelona, and Erasmus University Rotterdam. Graduated with merit. And BSc in Economics Development, Gadjah Mada University, graduated with cum laude. And LLB in Business Law, Sunan Kalijaga State University, graduated with cum laude. And for the awards, so many awards, like Erasmus Partner Country Scholarship, the AAD Scholarship, Student Mobility Scholarship, and Best Speaker at International Accounting Students Conference. And she has interest in photography, football, performing, arts, archery, horseback riding, fashion, and foreign language. Wow, amazing. And we continue for our next chair. Wait a moment. To be continued. Mr. Novat Pugo Sambodo. He has an education in Erasmus University Rotterdam, PhD students at Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management, SHPM, and Australian National University as Master of International and Development Economics, Crawford School of Public Policy, Master and Research Essay. And then at Gadjah Mada University, at Faculty of Economics and Business undergraduate. And so many work experiences from him. She was a national team for the isolation of poverty reduction, and then Center of Economic and Public Policy Studies, and then Islamic Economics and Business Laboratory. She was organized workshop for trainers in Islamic banking, summarized Islamic finance and business data, and presented the prime findings. And for Office of the Vice President, as an assistant to the Special Staff of Indonesian Vice President. And then in Department Economics, as an assistant in accreditation team BAN PT, as well as an assistant for the lecturer's research. And project experiences of him as a public expenditure analysis and capacity harmonization, and KPGU determination of officer is Kalimantan Province, and preparation team midterm planning Sika municipality, and words, yeah, so many words from him, yeah, like Indonesian Young Islamic Economists, the second annual Islamic Finance Conference 2017, and his research interest in development economics, health economics, economics of poverty, poverty alleviation and impact evaluation, and Islamic economics and Islamic finance. All right, very amazing. So, and we welcome proudly for Ms. Shima and Mr. Pugo to lead the parallel paper presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mbak Arinda. We're going up there very soon.
All right, kindly heard to all participants and audiences. We are pleased to join in breakout room. For the participants, you already divided into room 1 and room 2. For the audiences, you have chance to join in room 1 or room 2 as you want. Okay. Happy studying.
Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shall I start right away because our time is limited? Okay, previously, first of all, I would like, it's a long introduction, but you can call me Pugo. I'm actually a lecturer in economics department in Faculty of Economics and Business in Universitas Gadjah Mada. This is an honor to me, for me. Become a session chair here, especially I'm replacement of because of my Budiah Putriani cannot come, so I hope I can serve well. But I'm sorry because of this new device, so I cannot set up for the virtual background. But I hope in substance you don't lose anything. But we have a. Let me see. It's like 5 papers, if I'm not mistaken, and I will read it loud. Some of the regulations. First, for the speakers, every speakers get 15 minutes. So your time is limited to deliver your materials, and 5 minutes to answer the questions, and 5 minutes of discussion with the attendees. Okay, so it will be very fast. Okay, and moderator will verbally reminding the speakers 5 minutes before the speaking duration ends. And for the participants, participants are allowed to post a question within the Zoom and chat box or verbally. And then the participants who wish to post the question verbally are prioritized to make it more dynamic in the Zoom meeting. Be concise and respectful for others, and do not multitask. Okay. So let me see the conference guidelines. We have first speakers, Mr. Talibur Islam, MD. Shall we call it Muhammad or?
Yes, it's Muhammad.
Okay. Muhammad Talibur Islam, with the title of Strategies of China for Establishing Modern Imperialisms through their Debt Trap, Economic and Foreign Policies. The roomkeeper, Mas Alif Arshad Maskuri. Okay. Right? The timekeeper.
Okay, ready.
Okay, just let the Mr. Talibur if the time remaining when it's due. Okay. Time is yours, Mr. Talibur.
All right. Let me share the screen, please. Allow me to share the screen.
Who is the host?
I think I can share. And just since my internet bandwidth is not enough, I guess, so I'm preferred to turn off the video so that it become more visible. Just 1 second. I have to. Okay. I'll open the video once again when I'll keep the come to the QA session. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Talibur Islam, and I'm from Bangladesh. The title of my paper is Strategies of China for Establishing Modern Imperialism through their Debt Trap, Economic and Foreign Policies. Since we have a limited time limit, because previously I was told that we have 20 minutes, so I have to make my 20 minutes presentation into 15 minutes. So I have to go a bit fast, but I'll come up with you when we'll have the QA session and discussion. Please keep your questions and opinion with you so that we can discuss it further. And yeah, allow me to proceed. So this is my table of contents in this paper. This is the introduction. This is objective. This is question methodology. By the let me give a quick knowledge about the methodology. So this is a qualitative research in an in-depth text review. And the significance of the paper, I guess some of the significance you already got to know from the previous presentations in the main session. So then I'll come with the findings and discussion and recommendation and conclusions. So let's see the backgrounds and the introduction. So the first question is, will 21st century be the Asian century? And I'm going to answer you the question that I caught in my research. So the world is changing drastically. Every era has a fight among the superpowers. In recent decades, Asia has been performing way better than it did until the 20th century, when the West used to colonize the rest of the world. Even in ancient times, the power of the world had kept changing. For example, there was a time of Pharaoh, present-day Egypt, Genghis Khan from present-day Mongolia, Alexander the Great from Greek civilization, who conquered many parts of Asia, and the examples are endless. Going to the recent past of colonization, the world saw the British, the Dutch, the Spanish, the French, and many more control the globe with their economic, foreign, and colonial strategies. Most of the time, it took bloodshed and with intellectual tactics. However, now the time has changed, so the strategies of the nation become developed and influential. Since China is China is the most populous country and one of the biggest countries by area in the world. It has many workforce and intellectual resources. There are also many advances in technology and the paradise of cheap labor. Overall, China has an evolving in a new way in this era and has become the contender of being a superpower alongside other countries such as USA, Russia, etc. China has been in the process of establishing its dominance all over the world for prolonging. Thanks to their mightiest economy, things start visibly when the One State Party began to develop their big ambitions such as mega investment in many countries, Tetra, Belt and Road Initiative, and the list continues. The mega projects plans make them closer to become the center of the world than ever. On the other hand, they are also putting a grip tightly on its self-proclaimed parts such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau. Three of them provide a role in the Chinese economy, intellectualism, criticism, and a gateway to the rest of the world. And COVID-19 has become an advantage for China, even to take complete control over the three freedom aspirants. Extremely crucial public bills were passed when people are restricted because of the COVID-19 outbreak. However, Beijing is also successful going towards leading the world through its economic, foreign and defense policies. And COVID-19 outbreak benefits the communist-led country to make themselves and Asia the center of the world economy. Due to the influence of Beijing, the other regions such as Southeast Asia are also in the position to negotiate with big powers in terms of economic strategic profits. Eventually, those regions are also in transition. So these are the research objectives that I explained in the beginning. Let's go to the let me give some more brief. And China is emerging as a superpower in the 21st century. However, East Asian country did not have a robust economy and has expanded worldwide over the past year. Their economy began to thrive in the late 80s and 90s. As their economy is regarded as one of the strongest alongside this defense, China dominates the world, becoming the increasing further time. And furthermore, it is also a single listed party. So although it is constitutionally is a recognized People's Republic of China, but it is a single party state, and it explicitly controls the freedom of expression and the public policy in the mainland China, as well as its expansion like Macau, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Those are the major economic junctions that generate huge revenue for the Chinese government and also connect the rest of the world to China. As a result, they are seen the gateway of China. However, these tiny islands, Macau, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, have frequent voices and action for their sovereignty and independence from China. In addition, as China is the biggest country, it is apparently difficult for Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan to make their voice heard in favor of their sovereignty and constitutional independence. In the same way, because of Chinese supreme power and economy, Beijing is able to dominate many developing and least developing countries. So this is one of the example how they dominates. And the pandemics keep going China into excellent position. And the COVID-19 also helped China to pass some of the major policies in Hong Kong, especially the national security policies, where we saw the protests happening for last like 2 and 3 years. But because of the COVID-19, the people were bound to go to their home, and that's how it they passed the bill. And this is also threatening for Taiwan and Macau, who are also looking for their sovereignty from China, because these Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau are one of the biggest economic provider for Chinese economy, and also the critics of China. So the intellectual capacity also come from there. And if we go for Macau, so Macau has the biggest gambling revenue generator, even more than Las Vegas itself. So and on the other hand, Taiwan is the paradise of the manufacturing chips, microchips, and which is only available in Taiwan, and more than 60% of the world's microchips are manufactured in Taiwan, and they are the provider to Apple, Samsung, and many other biggest brands. And there is no other alternative, although the research is going on for for a long time. And on the other hand, human rights violation on Uyghur minorities and silence the world. So although we always talk about the human rights violation all over the world, but we don't talk about the Uyghur minorities genocide, although it is classified as a genocide by the United Nations. But since China has a extreme influence all over the world, or most of the countries, so they can, you know, they can control the voice of the world also. And now this now come with the debt trap and the Belt and Road Initiative, with the biggest of the economic and foreign policies of China. So the Belt and Road Initiative is one of the prime projects of China to expand its economy and influence as a whole. And BRI, the short form of Belt and Road Initiative, is compared to ancient secret, which flourished the Chinese kingdoms and many parts of Central Asia at that time. After coming into power, Xi Jinping passed the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, and it is also the core of foreign policy in this century. And the Belt and Road Initiative links Asia, Europe, and Africa with China and extend economic and other development. And 140 countries signed the Belt and Road Initiative. The road has been aimed to establish in 77 countries so far, and China has the debt trap and foreign direct investment FDI strategy for many countries, and skewed by the influence of countries' large state-owned enterprise SOE sector. Nevertheless, instead of seeing the agenda through, China chose to dose its risks in trial in pursuing the market economy. So they are more focusing on market economy. So they took the strategies consisting the debt trap, BRI, foreign direct investment since the Xi Jinping took the office, and it is also best known for the absolute control on the economy by the government. And taking example for debt trap, as Sri Lanka lost its international shipping port of Hambantota. It was obliged to list China for the next 100 years due to the 1.5 billion debt to the Chinese limited company. Beijing bailout Sri Lanka with the Chinese state-owned corporation. Hambantota is Sri Lanka's second busiest port after Colombo. The Sri Lankan experts say that the China's primary investment in the port Hambantota has made a slight economic shift. It does not add much value in the economic benefit after taking the loan of establishing the port with the Chinese money. Since then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa was close to China, and there are also corruption allegations, he opted to close to Beijing and ignore New Delhi. So India is also a closer country to Sri Lanka. So and Colombo and finally recently declared themselves as an entire 51 billion bankrupt, and Sri Lanka is the highest largest creditor after Japan and overseas lenders. So similarly, it happens with Kenya also, because Kenya lost one of the main international airports to China due to the similar issues with Sri Lanka, and Ethiopia convinced also Beijing in 2018 to waive the certain interest and extend the repayment of 10 years loan of to 4 billion railway to 30 years. But it reduced also annual payments, but it added 2 biggest more interest charges. So you see, China is also very strict in terms of taking away the money again. And the economy of China is deeply reliant on establishing infrastructure and industrial manufacturers. Beijing prefers to invest in an aforementioned sector as well as the foreign direct investment. Any country is welcome and eligible to accept the loans from China. Beijing does not make it complex to provide loans to any country like International Monetary Fund, IMF, World Bank, European Union, the United Kingdom, Japan. Even other countries has a proper process for considering any country for their loans, such as maintaining democracy, human rights, etc., which makes the procedure of loans complex and lengthy. But these countries and institutions do not take dictatorship or military steps for their financial aid. And
3 minutes left.
Oh, okay, all right. So that's why China increased the foreign direct investment and also the debt trap. And you can see the statistic of this presentation. And also it also ignite the anti-democracy and corruption throughout the debt, since countries are not eligible to take loans from any other proper channel. So they approach China. For their loans, and China provide huge conditions for their loans, such as providing all kind of equipment and labor from China, so not using their own country's thing. And it is also implementing in Central Asia, Southeast Asia, African countries also, and many developing countries in Europe. And this happens in same in Africa, and China is also playing a crucial role in the transition of South Asia, where India was one of the biggest ally in South Asia to control the region. But since China's influence going there, so many countries already open up the door for China and close the door for India. Although India historically for the last 50 years dominate the South Asia region. And Southeast Asia in this case is ground zero, because all the bigger superpowers are interested in Southeast Asia, for Japan, USA, and of course China. And you can see the statistic that 46% of their Belt and Road Initiative are invested in Southeast Asia to make sure they get the control. But still Southeast Asia in ground zero at present. And there is also a trade and diplomatic battle that we know about USA and China, and the list going on. Since I have limited time, so I quickly go for the recommendation and conclusion part. So the advantage of other countries in this transition of superpower and the imperialism of China, that they can now negotiate with the superpowers and get various deal and policies. So they have more options to deal with the superpowers, and they can choose the best deal, not like monopoly of any country. Since I guess this is the good like best part of China in the South Asia and Southeast Asian countries, or even Central Asia, that they can now bargain with the other big shots in terms of getting the right price. And it also and since China is has a zero COVID-19 policy, so they can control the COVID-19 outbreak properly. So that's why their economy is not affected much by the disturbance of COVID-19, because and this because they are very systematic. And I think that is the issue of neoliberal economy, because the neoliberal economy is open market, so anyone can
time up, Mr. Talibur.
Yeah,
please.
Sure. Just 30 seconds. So but one more thing, developing countries should be more long visionary while accepting the Chinese loans or any other policies. Otherwise, it can be resulted as Sri Lanka that we see, or even Kenya that come into the debt trap. And I hope that the world will react on properly on this case, and also the countries that can be benefited. Thank you so much. And please come with your question and opinion. I would be happy to discuss with you. And just one last sentence: if you want to get rich, build a road first. This is an ancient Chinese proverb. Thank you.
Oops. Hi. Thank you, Mr. Talibur, for the great presentation about the China debt and loan. We need to take care of a lot of things happening in the world, because China is also emerging power, but maybe are already the big power in the globe. If a participant have any questions or comments on the Mr. Talibur presentations, please raise your hand. Just give text in the chat, type in the chat. Is there any? I will check this first. No question in the chat. From the floor?
I think there is someone.
Oh, Arjiva, please. Sorry,
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you for Mr. Talibur for the great presentation. I have several friends from Bangladesh too, and I know your condition. Indonesia and Bangladesh also one of developing country too. And based on your paper, what do you think the key success of China we could imitate to develop our country? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ajiva, for the question and also the participation. I think that's a crucial question for this entire discussion, because since we are representation of Southeast Asia and South Asian countries, so we are a developing country. We are trying to rebuild our economy and try to survive as much as possible. And I think that China, all this is everyone needs money, and it's always said that it takes money to make money. So we need money to make money. But the thing is that we have to be careful, and especially Chinese loan. So taking Chinese loan is not a bad thing. So we have to just careful with the Chinese loan, because one more thing, when China gives loans, I would like to lightening this issue. When China gives loan a country, like for example, China gives loan to Bangladesh for a railway project. But what they do, they give the condition that we have to use their contractor, their chief the chief expert, like and also the labor and also the equipment that will be used in the railway. So if everything should be from China, it Bangladeshi people cannot participate there, or Bangladeshi construction company cannot participate there. So they usually give this kind of condition when the country is in a bad situation, like no other countries are giving loan, or even IMF or World Bank is giving loan. So that there they come up with these strategies. But since it is also a good thing that China is offering financial benefit, finance to developing countries, because you see in the past century, USA, United Kingdom, most of the time, and Russia, Soviet Union. So they were the one who actually provide finance and also control the world with, because they provide the money. So power is with them who have the money. So at the time, those countries have the power, and it was like monopoly. So we couldn't get too much market options at that time. Like even 20 years ago, at the time we have just only one option. Maybe we have to go with the USA or Russia or even United Kingdom. But since now China comes as a Asian representation, so now we are now as developing countries, we get like multiple options. Like maybe China is giving an offer that, okay, if you do it for us, we'll do this for you. And on the other side, US also giving this similar offer that, okay, because they want to compete themselves, and since their economy is higher, like $1 trillion economy, so they need to compete each other, and to compete each other, they are giving good prices. So I think if developing countries like Indonesia or Bangladesh wants to take the most benefit out of it, they have to be maintain the sovereignty of the country and also the democracy, so that the other countries or institutions like World Bank or IMF or any other country don't get the chance to give the sanction. So what happened most of the time, because of human rights violation or lack of democracy, these developing countries are not qualified for having loan by IMF, World Bank, or even United States, because they are very strict in terms of maintaining democracy and human rights. So that's why Bangladesh, Indonesia, or any other developing countries in Southeast Asia or South Asia, they have options. Like if they are good in practicing democracy and human rights within the country, they can get more offers, and more. If they get more offers, it is ultimately benefit their countries. And of course, we have to be just careful with the Chinese loans. So whenever we sign the loans, you have to just careful with the condition, because not every time the conditions are same. So the another strategy of China, just I'm saying briefly, so China give loans in a poorest country so that they can build the infrastructure, like for example roads, bridges, railways, and after maybe 10 years or 20 years, they become bankrupted, which the case for Sri Lanka or Kenya. And China occupied their international ports or international airports just to make as a refund for their money. So we have to be just careful, but I think this is also a good opportunity because of this transition, that they are fighting each other with the economy.
I'm sorry, time's up for Q&A
sure,
session.
sure.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, I guess I have attended the questions, And if you have any other question, please write it in the comment section. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Azifa and Talibur for the nice discussions. I would like to ask, but the time is limited. I hope we can see you offline, maybe perhaps in sometimes.
Of course.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Talibur. Now we move on to for the next speakers, Mr. Wahyu Pratama. I think this will be in the video. Is it? Or already here? Wait. I will check. Oh, not yet confirmed. So, okay. For the next presenter is Miss Firma Damayanti. I'm sorry if I spelling wrongly. With the title Literature Review, Rahan Contract Financing Scheme, and Financing Welfare of Micro Entrepreneurs in Indonesia. Okay, without further ado, please, the stage is yours, Miss Firma.
Thank you, Pak Novat. Let me share the screen. Is my screen work well?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Because my unstable connection, I will turn off my camera. I'm sorry. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Firma Damayanti from MEP BPS 7. First of all, I would like to thank to all of you who give me opportunity to speak in front of you, very good people, to present my paper with title Literature Review and Contract Financing Scheme and Financial Welfare of Micro Entrepreneur in Indonesia. And this is my outline discussion today that consists of 5 parts. Part 1 is introduction, part 2 is literature review, part 3 is methodology, part 4 is result and discussion, and the last is conclusion and suggestion. And to meet 10-minute time limit, I just want to highlight some important details, and I will start it with introduction. Okay, theory from Ansori 2008 said that based on principle in the Al-Quran and Hadith, Islamic banking activities that act as agent of the economic development are strict to be free from all things that are contrary to Sharia or Islamic law, such as riba, gharar or ambiguity, and maisir or gambling. So, it is different from conventional bank, which operational activity are based on the interest system, which is a form of riba that prohibited by Islam because it is promote the zero-sum game. And then theory from Jaidil 2021 said that the most common activities carried out by Islamic bank are collecting funds from the public in the form of deposit or investment and channeling them back in the form of credit or financing. And then the contract agreement or akad plays an important role and becomes the basis for the financing system in Islamic bank. Why? It is because based on the contract, an activity can be carried out and the profit sharing loss, or we call it PLS, can be determined. So one of the financing contract at Islamic bank that is interesting to study more deeply is run or pawning. And then the run financing scheme also has great potential impact because micro, small, and medium enterprise, or we call it MSME, growth has tended to increase since the global financial crisis in 2008. Indirectly, by empowering MSME, the strategy for achieving SDGs will be easier to gain based on ASMAN 2020. This is in line with World Bank data for 2020 that shows that the result of empowering MSME in developing countries has increased the number of MSME by 52%, and around about 47% of the total is a micro enterprise. It is as shown in figure 1. And next, ladies and gentlemen, The relatively increasing number of MSME from time to time pose a big challenge for micro entrepreneurs, namely lack of the capital or limited access to finance due to increasing selective financing eligibility requirement. And also data from OJK or Otoritas Jasa Keuangan in 2022 shows that the number of entrepreneurs who apply of run financing scheme is continue to increase from 2015 to 2021 period. Moreover, in the COVID-19 pandemic situation, almost all countries in the world have implemented policies to limit activity and community mobility. Why? It is because to anticipate the increasing spread of the virus, which resulting in stagnation in economic activity. This is also in line with World Bank data for 2021, which shows that economic growth in 2020 is contracted by 3.3% compared to 2019. And then COVID-19 pandemic also indirectly caused Indonesian economic development programs to not be optimally achieved and in fact contribute to the economic downturn in the third quarter of 2020. Even the unemployment rate and also poverty rate is increased in 2020 compared to 2019. Therefore, when the number of unemployment increase, it will automatically increase the number of people and theoretically will also increase the demand for microfinancing based on Husin 2020. And next, the condition of uncertainty and instability economic due to COVID-19 pandemic have caused MSME to be increasingly squeezed and deal with difficulties to find funding. In this condition, run financing with relatively easy and fast to reach is one of the best solutions. It is also proven according to the 2021 BSI annual report, which states that run financing scheme in 2021 increased compared to 2020. Furthermore, budget of PEN, or we call it Program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional in 2020, are focused and allocated on the Social Security Program and MSME or corporate support, which is implemented in the form of credit interest subsidy as a stimulus. This is also indicates that the role of financing for MSME to recover the stability of the country's economy is something that gets great attention from the government. And next, based on various previous description, one of the microfinancing scheme based on Sharia principle and interesting to be developed in Indonesia is RAN. Besides the fact that majority of Indonesians are Muslim and nowadays are actively promoting Sharia economic law, MSME have an important role in increasing growth and recovering the country's economic stability in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is several other reasons why people still using RAN financing scheme as follows. And based on various previous studies have also shown that many customers are still loyal to using the RAN financing scheme and continue to use it for a long time. Some customers also believe that RAN is the only option to improve their standard living in the economic field. This study highlights the limited availability of RAN financing service, especially those related to support for the community or micro entrepreneur. This study also aimed to determine the role of RAN financing scheme in meeting the limitation of public fund or micro entrepreneur, which in turn can improve welfare and indirectly succeed in the country's economic development and recover economic stability after COVID-19 pandemic. And part 2 is literature review. So the pillar of RAN by Sri Nur Hayati and Wasilah 2009 is as follows. And then based on Huta Galung and previous studies about RAN financing scheme is as follows in figure 3. And relational framework between RAN, financial welfare, and economic growth based on previous research, especially study from Asman 2020, is as follows, as shown in figure 4. And the methodology. This research is descriptive in nature by analyzing several qualitative and quantitative studies originating from various literature sources of previous research and equipped with secondary data published in various books and journals. And the detail is as follows. And then part 4 is result and discussion. First, economic growth and financial service and insurance. For more than 2 decades, the focus of the world's economic attention has been on various efforts to increase economic growth. Economists consider that economic growth can be used as a measure of country's economic performance. And then Indonesia economic growth rate is relatively increasing during 2015 to 2021. it is shows a fairly good trend and tend to be stable, which is around 5% per year, but it is contracted due to COVID-19 pandemic. Through a series of policies contained in the plan, Indonesia economic growth has managed to climb to 3.69% in 2021. This significant achievement is inspirable from one of the government policies program, namely in the form of support for MSME sector in the field of credit interest subsidies as a stimulus. And the same thing happened to the growth of financial service and insurance sector, which fell sharply and only about 1.56% when faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. The sharp decline in this sector may be caused due to uncertainty and instability of the economic both at global and national level due to COVID-19 pandemic. And second is Sharia financing. The contraction of economic growth and the financial service and insurance sector in Indonesia due to COVID-19 pandemic is inversely proportional to the large proportion of Sharia financing, which continue increase during 2015 to 2021. So in this case, it can be interpreted that run financing scheme is continue to increase from time to time. And in the addition, in the middle of uncertainty and instability of Indonesian economic due to COVID-19 pandemic, it has indirectly increased asymmetric information, which make it more difficult in terms of consumption and investment financing. Therefore, the ease of access and the speed of the process in the disbursing run financing may have become an alternative solution, especially for people and entrepreneurs with middle to lower economic status. And the last is conclusion and suggestion. So the conclusion of the paper is the ease and the speed in the process of disbursing run make this contract financing scheme trends tend to increase during the period of 2015 to 2021 because it can be significant alternative solution to overcome the lack of capital or limited access to finance for the public and micro entrepreneur with middle to lower economic status, especially due to COVID-19 pandemic. So unemployment rate and poverty rate can be reduced, thus economic growth can be increased and recovery process of economic stability can be achieved. And the suggestion is, hopefully government may give more attention or support in order to increase the run contract financing scheme so economic growth can be improved time to time. And also future research is expected to be able to conduct quantitative analysis related to the pattern of relationship between run financing scheme, unemployment rate, poverty rate, and economic growth. And here's some references from my paper as follows. And I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Firma, for the great presentations. And we have such a long time for discussion. I think it's like around 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, or like 8 to 10 minutes. So for the participant, if you have any questions or comments regarding the topics, you can ask directly or send your question on the chat room, please. Is there any questions or comments? Okay, maybe I will open for the discussions. Ms. Firma discussed about the Rahan in Indonesia, and she believed that the Rahan is a more easier for the micro, like let's say micro and small and medium enterprise to get the fundings. And what is maybe the advantage? Because first the advantage, but also disadvantage of this type of schemes, because you more on the advantage. But what is the disadvantage of the Rahan? Because Rahan also means that you also need the collateral, right? So the problems with the micro and small and medium enterprise is also the assets. Some of them that don't have such asset to be a collateral. What's your opinion on this?
Okay, thank you for the question, Pak Novat. I think in this research, based on previous studies, it is just focus on the ease and speed in the process of disbursing rent that make this contract financing scheme is easy to catch by MSME. And data by Ministry of Cooperative Small and Medium Enterprise, the number of MSME actor was 64.2 million, or about 99.99% of the total number of business actor in Indonesia. The labor absorption of capacity of MSME sector in business is about 97%. Meanwhile, the contribution of MSME to the GDP is 61%. And in my opinion, RAN is have lack or weakness because it is little bit same as in product in conventional bank, because somehow in Indonesia the interest-based system is little bit the amount is little bit same as the in Islamic bank or Sharia bank, but in Sharia bank that's fixed I mean jaminan, because the collateral will not be sold without any agreement from two participants that have agreement in the beginning of the contract. I think that's all.
Okay, cool. If there is any questions on this from the other participants, we have two papers talking about Rahan, so maybe it'll be interesting if we have a background, and then we will talk again about the Rahan in the next papers. Okay, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe I have a similar question with you, Pak Pugo. So the paper recommend us to, or recommend the government to boost the Rahan Akad. My question is, as long as or as far as you see or you read, what's the obstacle that the industry or the MSEs or the government face to implement the or to make it establish the Rahan Akad? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Mas Amrullah. I will try to answer it. Based on previous research, especially from ASMAN 2021, the lack or the weakness from, or the opportunity, or I think challenge for government to implement RAN in practical life is because RAN is product from Sharia bank that have not promoted 100% by government, not as at Malaysia, which government is totally promote product from Sharia or Islamic bank. So the product from Sharia bank is going to known by people or public, and the people or public can adopt it very well. I think that's all.
Okay, thanks for the question and answer, Mr. Amrullah, and answer from Ms. Firma. If there is any questions, please, students, maybe some of you students here, you can ask questions as for you to exercise your English as well. And maybe your knowledge, give some question. Oh, I see some question in the chat room. Let's see. Oh, 2 minutes left. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ma. I'm sorry because time is limited. We can have another conversation maybe in offline in MEP campus, for example, maybe in the next semester or next years. Thank you for the presentations and have a nice day. Please, we move on to the other presenters. Let me see with my some of the two. So we have Mr. Amrullah with the title, the paper title, Determinant of Small and Medium Enterprise Financing by Syariah Rural Banks or BPRS, analysis using provision level aggregate data. Okay. Okay, just without further ado, please, Mr. Amrullah, time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Amrullah from Sekolah Pasca Sarjana or Graduate School of Universitas Gadjah, Mada, Indonesia. And secondly, I would like to thank the committee of the IGetCode2022 for giving me this opportunity. And also thank you, Pak Pugo. Okay. In this time, I'm going to talk about my paper with the title Determinants of SMEs Financing by Syariah Rural Banks, or well known as BPRS, analysis using provincial level aggregated data. Okay, before we jump into the topic, I'll briefly mention the outline of this presentation. The first is introduction, and the second is literature review, and the next section is methodology, and then the result and discussion, and the last but not the least is conclusion or our conclusion and recommendations. Okay. First, we will talk about the role of SMEs and limited access to the finance. SMEs have a significant role in the economy, such as encouraging economic growth and providing jobs, representing 90% of the world business and contributing to more than 40% of GDP. According to several studies, access to finance is very important for SMEs to grow, but in fact, due to its natural condition, SMEs still experience obstacles that make it difficult for them to access financing. And then SMEs in Indonesia. Based on data in Indonesia, 99.99% or more than 64 million business units are categorized as SMEs. SMEs absorb 97% of the workforce and contribute to more than 60% of GDP in Indonesia. So it emphasizes the role of and the importance of the SMEs. And next, and then why BPRS matters. There are several facts which indicate that BPRS is the most convenient choice for SMEs to access financing, such as banks and microfinance institutions are the main choice for SMEs in accessing financing. And then the characteristics of Islamic banks make it easier to finance SMEs. Islamic banks are more likely to channel financing to SMEs compared to conventional banks. Smaller banks tend to be more interested in providing SMEs loans than large banks, which BPRS is considered as smaller banks. So it's safe to say that BPRS has potential role to help SMEs to tackle the problem. Okay, the objective of my paper. But if we expect BPRS to provide finance to SMEs, we need to know what drives BPRS willingness to do this, so we can formulate good policies in the future. So the objective of the study is, the study in particularly analyze the factors that determine the financing granted by the BPRS to SMEs in Indonesia. Of course, we need some theories to back up our study. Based on several research, SMEs financing can be influenced by bank-related variables and macroeconomic factors, such as assets or bank size have various impacts on SMEs financing. It can be significant positive, it can be significant negative, and also it can be having no significant effect. And then the deposit have a positive impact on financing, FDR, or the finance to deposit ratio can have both negative and positive effects. And the next, NPF or non-performing financing has a negative effects on financing, and inflation can have a negative effect and also can have a positive effect. And the last, GDP have a positive impact to on the SMS financing. Next, we talk about the methodology. My paper use aggregate annual imbalance data. The samples is from 23 provinces in Indonesia during the 2011 until 2019 period. 2019 period. The source gathered from OJK and BPS. The method that we use in this paper, the study employs the generalized method of moment or GMM system approach. The model specification test will be carried out in this paper or in my paper, such as Hansen test, Arellano-Bound test, and classical assumption test. My paper and my presentation also shows the results of wireless and fixed effect estimation models for comparison purposes. Next. In this paper, we use two dependent variables to broaden our perspective on the problem we are studying. So there is two models. The model one used a growth of real SMS financing as the dependent variables, and then the model two use a proportion of SMEs financing, which is a proxy for banks' willingness to lend to SMEs as the dependent variables in model two. And then next, the independent variables. The independent variables consist of microeconomic and macroeconomic variables. Microeconomic variables are bank-related factors. The local real total assets, the growth of real deposit, the financing to deposit ratio, and the ratio of non-performing financing. And then the macroeconomic variables are the inflation rate and the growth of real GDP. These are the variables that we studied in my paper. And then this slide shows the variable descriptions. Maybe we can skip this one. I just want to emphasize that the value that I use in my paper is real values. And then this slide shows the panel data models for model 1 and model 2, as we see. And then next to the topic, result and discussion. Here's the descriptive statistic. The table in the slide shows the descriptive statistic of the variable used in the model. It can be seen that the average growth of real SMH financing by BPRS in Indonesia during the period is at 15.55%. However, a high standard deviation show a very divergent growth variance in various regions. The average proportion of SMH financing is more than is about 50%, indicating a fairly balanced trend of BPRS in choosing the financing distribution sector based on the group, which are SMEs and non-SMEs. And then this table summarizes the correlation metrics of the variable studied for multicollinearity diagnostic purpose. In general, the values are fairly low, so that there are no possible multicollinearity issues. The next slide is the regression result. Before we talk about the HIMMEP estimation result, I want to mention the result of the model specification test. The value of the Hansen test and Arellano-Bohm test shows that the model used in the study is valid and consistent, also free from autocorrelation. The like coefficient of the dependent variable of the HIMMEP estimation result is between the coefficient of the ordinary least square and fixed effect estimates. So we can say that the models are avoid bias. Regression applies heteroscedasticity robust standard error so that the model avoids heteroscedasticity problems. The regression result for model 1 and in column 3 show the effect of the independent variables on the growth of real SMEs financing granted by BPRS. It can be seen that the growth of real deposit GDR or figure as GDEP and the FDR ratio have a significant positive effect on the growth of real SMEs financing. Both are significant at the 5% level. Furthermore, the regression result for model 2 in column 6 show the effect of the independence variables on the proportion of SMEs financing by BPRS. The result of the model 2 regression show that the real total asset or the size and the growth of real GDP have a positive effect on the proportion of the SMEs financing, and it is significant at the 10% and 1% level respectively. While the growth of real deposit has a negative effect on the proportion of SMEs financing, and it is significant at the 5% level. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the interesting findings is the real deposit growth has a positive impact in growth model, but has a negative effect in proportion model. From this result, it can be assumed that although the increase in deposit growth will boost SMEs financing growth, but at the same time, the proportion of SMEs financing by BPRS is decreasing, which means BPRS
3 minutes left.
more willing to finance the non-SMEs. Okay. And finally, the conclusion. The growth of SMEs, from the result that I mentioned before, we can conclude that the growth of SMEs financing granted by BPRS in Indonesia is positively and significantly influenced by the growth of real deposit and FDR ratio during the observation period. The proportion of financing to SMEs to the total financing granted by BPRS in Indonesia is positively and significantly influenced by the low real total asset, which is bank size, and the growth of real GDP, which is economic growth, and is negatively and significantly affected by the growth of real deposit during the observation period. Based on the conclusion, I will suggest some recommendation for several groups. For the policymakers, support the spirit and growth of SMEs, implement good economic growth strategies, ensure financing priorities for SMEs. For banking authorities, keep the FDI ratio at a safe and optimal number, encourage effective strategies for the growth of BPRS assets, ensure financing priorities for SMEs, for researchers, intensify studies on BPRS and its role in helping SMEs. Use more comprehensive data such as variable and data scope studies in crisis periods, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. For the general public, use BPRS products and service. I think that's all for me. Thanks for the attention.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Amrul, for the nice presentations, structured and really clear. Please, if there is any question from the participants, please. Okay, there is one from Ferry Fadli. Dear Mas Amrul, okay, in terms of COVID recovery, what is your opinion or predictions about those determinants will affect growth and proportion of small and medium enterprise financing comparing to that of before pandemic? Okay, Mr. Amrullah, please just answer directly. Are you ready?
Okay, thanks for the question, Mr. Ferry. First of all, we have to admit that SMEs and the general economics is hit hard by the economic pandemic, and it's absolutely needs time to recover really fully. And the question is, what is your opinion or prediction about those determinants would affect growth and proportions? First of all, I have to say that my model is not captured the crisis period. You can see that it's also until the 2019. So one of my suggestion or recommendation is to broaden the time span of the study to give our more broad perspective. My opinion or prediction about those determinants. So based or we can see that from previous presenter that our economic growth is declining during the pandemic era. So I think it can be one of the factor that affect. Theoretically, economic growth will boost the growth of SMEs growth. So this is one aspect. Maybe this just for me. That's all for me.
Okay, is there any other question or maybe respond or feedback from the answer before? Mr. Ferry, is it clear for you?
That's enough.
Okay. Floor, is there any questions or comments? What time we have? 2 minutes left. Okay. 2 minutes left. If there is any questions, just give some time to rest for the other before the next presenters. It's a nice nice data. Though we hope that we get the data in a BPRS level, but yeah, I know that it's not that fully details in BPRS level. My question is, sorry, I just have a questions about BPRS. What is the maybe just a trivial questions about the BPRS with the comparison with the BPR how is there any difference in terms of their performance, or is it how many percentage PPR as compared to the conventional PPR? Do you have any idea?
Honestly, we can what to say. I haven't tried to compare between it, so I honestly didn't do not have idea. But since BPRS conventional is what to say born duluan, so I think it have advantage in terms of know the knowledge about the market. Maybe that's all that I can say. Thank you.
Okay, so you say that the conventional have maybe because they are the first
established.
Yeah, maybe because they are more experienced, and then more maybe the market is mature enough compared to the Sharia. Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for the answer and presentation and the answer. Now we move on to the next presenters. Now we have the fourth presenters. Wait, it's a team between. Wait, sorry, I lost the files. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. The authors is Miss Risa Konia and Mr. Ganiko Modilani. I think Ganiko is I think she's from economics department, if I'm mistaken, like 2007 or 2008. Oh yeah, it's Ganiko. Okay. The title is the challenge faced by Indonesian micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise during COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, Risa and Ganiko, it's time for you. It's yours.
Well, thank you for the time for us. Let me introduce myself. My name is Risa Konia and my colleague is Ganiko Modilani. We would like to present our paper, which titled The Challenges Faced by Indonesian Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises During the COVID-19 Pandemics, especially in exporting their products to overseas. So our presentation is structured as follows. First is introduction, and then second is literature review. The third one is methodology and data collection. The next part is discussion, and the last is conclusion and policy recommendation. And as we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted many sectors, including economic and health sector. In economic sector, the pandemic has caused the downtrend of global trade. And according to the World Economic Forum, the international trade dropped by 6.8%, which means that this is the steepest fall since the global financial crisis, due to restriction of economic activities such as factory shutdown and store closure. The Indonesian economic growth was also affected and fell significantly by 5.32% in the second quarter 2010. And we know that most of Indonesian export is dominated by the large companies which export mining commodities. And so according to the Minister of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises, The contribution of micro, small, and medium enterprises in export volume is only 15.65%, which is low compared to other countries. In fact, that we know that MSMEs bring positive effect toward Indonesian economic development because of the ability to absorb workforces, high resistance, and the ability to support large companies such as subcontractors. We know that MSMEs are the key sector which contribute toward Indonesian economy. The total number itself is about 64.2 million, and it employs 97% of Indonesian workforce, and it attracted 60% of total investment. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the MSMEs is also affected and suffered due to their nature of business. Therefore, in this paper, we would like to discuss about what are the challenges that face the Indonesian MSMEs during the COVID-19 pandemics and policy recommendation on how to deal with these challenges. The next slide will be delivered by Ganiko. Ganiko, can you hear me? Yes.
I'll just continue.
Yes, your turn.
We cannot hear you, Ganiko. Maybe how is it? Yeah, we cannot hear you.
Well, if there is a technical problem, then I will continue by myself.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the idea.
Okay. Okay. The next part is literature review, and based on the government regulation number 7, 2021, there are some classification of MSMEs based on the value of capital, excluding land and building, and the value of annual revenue. And then in this literature review, we find that some MSMEs are suffered by logistical bottlenecks, labor shortage, and demand decline, with 80% of MSMEs are temporarily closed. And then during the pandemic, the MSMEs also experienced a significant revenue drop in the second month of the pandemic, as well as financial and non-financial hardship. So the Indonesian government also provide financial aid for those who are affected. And the recipient view that the government support are extremely beneficial in mitigating the effect of pandemic. And our methodology is we use qualitative approach, which is undertaken to obtain deeper understanding about what are the challenges that faced by the Indonesian SMEs in different locations in Indonesia. So we use interview as a method to collect data in order to obtain the information directly from the participant. And the interview was performed offline and online during 2021 at the FTA Center or Export Center and the Customs Office Export Clinic in 6 different cities. And what we found that actually there are many challenges that MSMEs face in exporting their products, but we try to categorize into 5 issues. The first is a financial issue, such as minimum access of funding. We found that some MSMEs business owner face difficulties in getting business loan from the bank due to the limited collateral asset and absence absence of financial report. And according to the International Labor Organization report, many MSMEs are not bankable yet because of the absence of financial report and lack of management and financial capability. And then the next issue is about operational. We found that some MSMEs still undertake their business in the traditional ways, such as having manual production and relied on old machinery, which make their production inefficient. And they also reported that they find difficulties in getting raw materials to make production. And the third issue is about legal, such as lack of understanding about rules and regulation on how to export their products, and high cost of certification. We also found that some MSMEs have limited knowledge and understanding about export procedure. What are the document and what should they do to export their products? And even some MSMEs also prefer to export their products by third parties to avoid custom procedure. And some products which will be exported are required to have certification in order to ensure the safety and comply with international agreement. However, this often costly for them. And the next issue is about marketing. And some MSMEs find difficulties in promoting their products due to lack of information about market opportunities in targeted countries and lack of capacity to use digital technology to promote their products. This is similar with what Situmorang found, that the digitalization of SMEs in Indonesia is relatively low, which is less than 15%. And the last issue is about logistic. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, there are some difficulties for MSMEs in getting empty container to export their products. In fact, actually during the pandemic, there was still a high demand of Indonesian product, but this demand was deteriorated by the scarcity of empty container and high container freight costs. According to the Global Container Freight Index, the cost has increased almost 350% since May 2010. And UNCTAD also finds that the increasing of container freight costs during the pandemic was the highest in last 10 years. So we conclude that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the MSMEs in Indonesia in many ways. Some of the challenges are categorized in 5 issues, namely financial, operational, legal, marketing, and logistic issue. In fact, the MSMEs are essential key sector for Indonesian economic development. Thus, there should be an assistance and support from many parties, not only from the government, but also from non-government organizations. Last, we would like to recommend some policy recommendation. First is the government should provide financial aid and loan for micro and small business, and also provide market intelligence and market opportunities in targeted countries. And there should be an assistance also and capacity building for SMEs regarding fulfillment on rules and regulation and export and import procedure, such as licensing, labeling, and standard requirement. And also there should be an optimization of digital technology to help MSMEs to improve their knowledge and ability in entering overseas market. And last is to have a promotion the Indonesian SMEs in International Expo in order to introduce more about Indonesian products. That's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Risa, for the presentations. Maybe if Ganik could just do what is it? Repair the sounds. You can answer for the questions. Okay. If there is any question from the floor for the audience, from the participants on these topics, it's interesting that I also do some analysis on the impact of the COVID on the trade performance, especially for export and import, but not on small and medium enterprise. And then we see the trade performance already declining even before the COVID-19. So yeah, but the COVID-19 just make it worse. Okay, if there's any questions for on this topic, this is your chance, opportunity to explore the idea and try, because all of this, I think, is students. It's good for you to exercise your English skills or something, or giving any academic skills. Have any questions? Okay, if there is not any, I think I just need clarifications on your methods, especially for, I'm sorry, this train passing. Because I'm okay. Okay, sorry for the background. I'm living near the train, rail train. So my question is about the methodology, especially because you're doing the deep interview with the. Is it with the small, with the owner or something like that? Because it's like an owner of the company of the small and SMEs, right? And how you, what is it? How you try to analyze the data that you have, and then maybe just clarifications before I have a follow-up question, please.
Nico, would you like to answer?
I think we just using deep interview with one of the government institution like the KPBC and export center, not the owner. And we are just ask them and make the deep interview, and then we just listen and make a discussion like focus group discussion with them. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may add, we try to look another point of view. Actually, we understand that some papers, some research will directly ask and interview the business owner itself. But in this paper, we try to look another point of view, another perspective. So we have a discussion, focus group discussion with the government officer who usually, handle the export and import and usually help the MSMEs itself. So, such as the export center. In this paper, we focus on the MSMEs who wants to export their products. That's why we went to the export center and then export clinic, which is run by the custom excise and office. So we we classify, first we interview the government officer, and then we got the information, and then we try to classify and make some summaries and category. That's why we come up with 5 different issues of challenges the MSMEs face during the pandemic. Yeah, thank you.
Do you have find any, maybe in your discussions, which commodity during the pandemic that maybe thrive? Maybe some of them maybe went down, getting worse. But is there any commodity in the during pandemic except for the medicine and etc.? But what the export that we Indonesian exports commodities that performing well at the time?
Well, actually, there are various commodities. We also interviewed that some like the wood products, furniture products. Actually, the demand was still high, but you know, during logistic issue is the main challenges, because the price, the freight cost was so high. So they try to, you know, the furniture itself, it has exact size, and you know, they face difficulties in getting, you know, 40 feet containers, and but actually the available is the smallest one, like 20 feet container feet, and that's why, you know, they don't know how to, you know, figure out about the size of container itself. And sometimes they also, you know, use another transportation, not by ship or maritime transportation, but some suggestions about using, you know, the aircraft. But yeah, because of the furniture has certain size, so yeah, sometimes they have to, you know, delay the delivery, and yeah, and reschedule their shipment.
Okay, thanks for the feedback and answer. Maybe there is any question from the participants, please. I beg you. This is an interesting topic. In since the pandemics, especially now, even after pandemic, we have a global turmoil when Russia invaded Ukraine and etc. I mean, maybe in the we already discussed in the plenary sessions that now is the we are going to the recession in the near maybe 1 or 2 quarters. Let's say maybe we can learn from that from these presentations about how we can still looking for the what is it the opportunity to stay have a good performance in export. Okay, is there any questions? If not, we can move on. Okay, thank you, Risa.
Yeah.
For the presentations, and Mr. Kaniko.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to for the next presenters. Wait. Now this is the last presenters, I believe. Is it? Last but not least. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Okay, we have still here. We have Nela Indriani with paper title is the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Recovery after the pandemic through Islamic-based financing. So we have a lot of paper on micro and small and medium enterprise. Yeah, I think more 80% of this is of this room. Okay, please, Nela Indriani, the time is yours.
Thank you. The slide work well. And my first two.
Yeah, cool.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you to give me a chance to do my presentation. My name is Nela Indriani. Now I'm currently a student of Master in Economics Development Study program in Gadjah Mada University. Today, I'm presenting micro, small, and medium enterprises recovery after the pandemic through Islamic-based financing. Here's my outline. First, introduction to literature review, 3 method data and analysis, 4 result and discussion, and 5 conclusion. Here's my introduction. Indonesia has been hit by pandemic from March 2020, and of course, Indonesia experiencing economic shocks due to pandemic. In the second quarter of 2020, Indonesia economic growth contracted by minus 5.32%, followed by contraction in the third quarter was minus 3.49%, so that Indonesia entered a period recession. To overcome the impact of this economic shock, the government implemented a National Economic Recovery Policy, or called PEN. The PEN programs, which is stated in Government Regulation Number 23/2020, is the government's response to decline in community economic activity, especially the informal sector of MSME. The main goal of this policy is 1. To protect, defend, and increase economic activity of business actors during pandemic, and 2. To extend the breadth of MSME and improve their performance in economic activity. Why MSME? Because MSME is quite dominant in Indonesia's economy. They can absorb a large workforce and have quite a big portion in GDP. According to data of BPS Statistik Indonesia in 2020, the number of micro, small companies was 3,909,718 companies, and medium companies was 300,090 companies. The idea of Islamic financing institution came to Indonesia in 1992 and legalized in 1998. And since that time, Indonesia officially used dual banking system. Islamic financial institution complement banking in Indonesia. In conventional financial institution or conventional bank, there is only one principle, namely interest. In the other hand, Islamic financial institution offers several choice of principle that can be adjusted to customer choice, namely profit sharing or musyarakah, and mudarabah, buying and selling or murahabah, lease or ijarah, and service or wakalah. One of the best principle for MSME is the principle of profit sharing, because they are not always profit oriented, but also for social purpose. Literature review. First, Islamic financial institution. Islamic financial institution is a business entity or institution whose financial assets are based on Sharia principle. The function of Islamic financial institution are collector of funds, channeling funds to the community, and social function of the community. Next, Wadiyah principle. Wadiyah principle means to leave or entrust something to someone who is able to keep it as a pure deposit, both individuals and legal entities, which must be guarded and returned at any time. There are two principles of wadiyah. First, wadiyah yad amanah or trust, and then second, wadiyah yad damanah or guaranteed deposits.
Financing of Mudarabah and Musyarakah. Mudarabah means a form of cooperation between two or more parties where the owner of the capital entrusts a certain capital to the manager with a profit-sharing agreement. And Musyarakah means financing with a cooperation agreement or a mix between two or more parties to carry out certain halal and productive business with an agreement that profits will be shared according to an agreed ratio and risks are shared and to portion to the cooperation. And next, MSME or micro, small and medium enterprise. Based on law number 20/28 2008, the definition of MSME is business managed by individuals, household, or small business entity. MSME consists of 3 categories according to the total net worth and annual sales result. You can see here 3 categories. Next, previous study. Huda in this research state that MSME have an important role in job creation and GDP in developing countries. To make a significant contribution to the economy, MSME have obstacle, especially limited funds. Now, Islamic banking offered participatory schemes such as mudarabah or profit sharing and musyarakah or joint ventures. Although Islamic banking charges higher margins than conventional banks, MSME chance of being accepted is higher. And then Islamic banking have higher NPL because the borrowers who come are high-risk borrowers who have been rejected by conventional banks. Ramadan and Baik in their research states that Bank Indonesia Syariah certificates have a significant role in the distribution of funds to the MSME sectors. SBIS are short-term securities based on Sharia principle in rupiah currency, which are issued to increase the effectiveness of monetary mechanism based on Sharia principle. When there is an increase in returns, banks are more interested in allocating their funds to SBIE or SBIES. This causes distribution of funds to the MSME sector is declined. From the result of their method, impulse response function, MSME financing and returns response from Islamic banking are more stable than conventional banking. Another result, SBIS has a large influence and has more effective role in monetary transmission through credit channels. I use descriptive statistics with qualitative studies from various literature. The data collected from OJK, BPS, and Bank Indonesia. Result and discussion. According to the data from the Ministry of Cooperative and SME, the number of MSME in 2019 reached 65.47 million business units. In March 2021, after the pandemic, the number of MSME decreased slightly and reached 64.2 million business units, with a contribution to GDP of 61.07 of total GDP and absorb 97% approximately of total workforce. Basically, MSME are business that require extensive space for movement and promotion, but must be limited due to restriction on human movement. According to survey conducted by Bank Indonesia, 87.5% of MSME were affected by the pandemic. 93.20% of them were negatively affected on the sales side. BPS, Statistik Indonesia, shows that the production growth of micro and small enterprises drastically declined in 2020, which starts off minus 17.63%. This is in line with the economic growth, which also contracted to minus 2.07%. The government, to respond this crisis, distributes funds to MSME through the 3 types of funding, namely, first, interest subsidy of 34.15 trillion rupiah, tax incentive such as PPh 21 DTP and final PPh UMKM DTP such as of 28.06 trillion rupiah. And then the guarantee for new working capital loans for MSME is about 6 trillion rupiah. The role of Islamic financial institution for Indonesian MSME. The product of Islamic financial institution is very in line with the character of MSME sector because it applies the principle of profit sharing without applying interest on transaction. It doesn't burden MSME in terms of business financing. One of the contract in the collection of third-party funds or DPK is Gadjah contract. Products that use this contract are Gadjah savings and Gadjah current account. The amount of funds collected from these 2 products continue to increase from year to year. In December 2021, the total Gadjah current account was 41,500 was 54,133 billion rupiah. This number increased by 103.41% compared to December 2017. Even during the December of 2020, in the pandemic, the number of deposits actually increased by 37.38% compared to December 2019. The nature of Gadjah that make it easy for customers, such as the use of unnecessary principles, funds are easy to withdraw at any time, and there are no fees. Maybe that's the factor that attracts customers to save their funds with current account and Gadjah savings. As of December 2021, Gadjah deposit accounted for 14.61% of total third-party funds. The most common profit-sharing practices are Mudharabah and Musyarakah. Funding with Mudharabah and Musyarakah per December 2021 is 197,670 billion rupiah with a composition of 5.15% of Mudharabah and 94.85% of Musyarakah. The financing for Islamic banking to MSME continues to increase, especially during the pandemic. And then financing for MSME is divided into 2 types, namely working capital and investment. Based on statistics of Sharia financing published by OJK, in December 2021, funding for MSME working capital was 40.59% from total. Besides, funding for investment or MSME was 33.45% from total. That's a quite big, but still smaller than financing to non-MSME business. The conclusion: MSME are the main sector that is the focus of the government in distributing aid. The number of MSME units that continues to grow from year to year and the massive absorption of workforce make this sector become major concern of the government. And then Islamic financial institutions play a role in driving the economy, both in fundraising and financing. Ease of requirements, fair profit sharing, and funds that can be withdrawn at any time make this product more attractive to customers in Indonesia. And last, financing with Mudarabah and Musyarakah also contributes to Syariah-based financing. Although it is still smaller than financing to non-SME business, in general, Syariah financing in the form of working capital and investment to MSME still continue to increase. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Nela Indriani, for the nice presentations about the Islamic-based financings on micro, small, and medium enterprise. So, if you have any questions for the participants, if you have any questions, please write down in the chat box or just raise your hand. Okay, is there any questions? Maybe from the presenters as well. No, when I talk about the participant is not for the non-presenters, but also presenters. You can also asking questions to the other speakers. It's also okay. Is there any comment? Not always questions, but also can give a comments or feedback. Okay, Anggrawati. Maybe yeah, it's a good questions from Anggrawati about what's your suggestions to Indonesia to increase the size of the the Sharia banking or maybe Islamic banking market share in Indonesia. Maybe you have a thought, Ms. Nela?
Thank you for the question. In my opinion, to raise or to increase market share in Syariah banking in Indonesia is first, of course, there is an intervention from the government to promote Syariah banking. Like in Malaysia, they apa istilahnya mewajibkan their
Compulsory.
citizen to save their money to Syariah bank, and to maybe the merging of Syariah bank and now called PSE is one good decision from government. It can be the market of Syariah is becomes big now through the PSE, and maybe Syariah Syariah bank applies the Syariah the Muslim citizen maybe can applies the Syariah of Islam and meletakkan uangnya di bank syariah. for Muslim people.
Okay, thank you for answering the question from Miss Anggarawati. I also add some points about the increasing of market shares. Before 2010, if I'm not mistaken, we still have only 5%. Now we reached 9%. Yet we haven't reached double digits. But yeah, it's steady increase. Now it's 9%. It's still a lot of homework to do. We actually now I'm a head of PKIBS, our Center for Islamic Economics and Business, Sharia Economics and Business Studies. So we have studied about we studied about the masjid or mosque is in Indonesia, and then we found only 16% of masjid or mosques have a Islamic bank account. You can imagine then your infaq and your sedekah from to masjid. This is not your household money or household income, but it's infaq or the sedekah. It goes to the conventional banking. So it's our funding, and maybe will be published now in the Scopus Q3 journals. So it's a good improvement for our centers, and yeah, it's a lot of homework. And we just realized that only 16% of the masjid in Indonesia, we surveyed around 1,200 or 1,200 masjids in Indonesia, and still they don't have an access. Even some of them still put the money in the pillow. Maybe some of the treasuries bring the money to home with the cash. So that's also one of the reflections. And if we talk about the small and medium enterprise, still have a lot of problems with the Islamic financial inclusions, because some of them they maybe already enjoyed or comfort with the loan sharks compared to because it's so easy, but with very high interest. So it's still a lot of works, but the Indonesian's strategy for the increasing market share is from the bottom to up. It's compared to Malaysia is so much different. They have a really top-down strategy. So let's see, but yeah, it's a good discussion anyway. Okay, I think we reached for the last presenters. It's very nice. I learned a lot from all of you presenters. I hope you also feel the same, that you try. It is our learning process to write down the ideas into papers. Maybe there is always a room for improvement. As we know, some of the quotes or memes that perfect paper never finish, finished paper never perfect. Okay. Thank you for your attentions, for attendance. I will close to. There is no master of ceremony here, so but yeah, just we will go back to the what is it, the main rooms, but I'm not sure now or not. But maybe I hope the committee will direct you to it. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you in this weekend. Enjoy your weekend, and see you next time. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugo and all participants. Okay, very good. And clap your hands for our best moderator, Mr. Pugo. Yeah. Okay, all the participants, let's back to our main group. and I will meet you in to continue our event. Okay, let's go to the main room. Thank you, Mr. Poga. All right, we are waiting for another participant. Will join in this room or room 1. I think it hasn't finished yet, so wait for a second moment. I hope you can stand by in this room first, everyone, because after this, of course, we will announce for you the best speaker and best papers. Okay, please get started.
hotel development permit in Yogyakarta. So there are like so they issues so many hotel development permit, but they are not in accordance with the environmental impact assessment, which is called RMDRL, like analysis dampak lingkungan in Indonesia. So they permitted many permits. To control the hotel constructions, but this moratorium policy was late because the permit was tested in 2009 and the moratorium policy was issued in 2013. So in this gap, there are like hundreds of permits, hotel permits are already issued. Even at the time of 2013, there are already 104 permits which are ready to be issued. So according to many literature's review we made, these are the main environmental issues. Like the Sleman district does not have strong regulation to govern the apartment constructions, and the distance between apartments and houses are very close, and the use of large amounts because of the constructions hinder the groundwater, and it makes the wells in the Sleman Regency dry, and the apartment in the village called traffic density and traffic jams. And according to the traditions and the practice of buying and selling houses in Yogyakarta Regency, like the investor don't need to do any social responsibility for that. So these are the main problem in the Sleman Regency. And in this research paper, we find the policy solution which will be able to lessen the social and environmental effects of residents, inhabitants, and natural environments, because the permits are already issued and we can do nothing about that. So we will be finding the policy solutions to lessen the effects. So the novelty of these papers becomes that there are so many papers which research about this problem, but they are from the engineering perspectives, the environmental perspective. But in this paper, we will be using a new way from the public policy perspective to reduce the negative impacts of increasing construction sites. So the methodology we use in this paper is a qualitative study, and for the data collection techniques for the information and data, we use the official reports and documents from Sleman District Office, Ministries of Public Works and Public Housing of Republic of Indonesia, and we did interview with the locals, tourist agency, and also officers from Sleman District Office. And we of course made the literature review on decentralizations and infrastructure development, and we did field observations in Sleman Regency. These are firstly, before going to the alternative policy, we want to show the current policies. So the current policies in Indonesia, which is doing the environmental assessments of hotel constructions in Indonesia. So there are four main policy: environmental assessment policy, involuntary resettlements and land acquisition policy, physical cultural resources policy, and natural habitat policy. In our full paper, we made the strengths and weaknesses of this current policy, but here in this presentation, we will be only focusing on the alternative policy because of the limited time. So as we have said before, like there are like strengths and weaknesses of this current policy. And based on the weaknesses of current policy, we found three alternative policy. So the first policy is the eco-innovation policy. The second policy is the efficient use of energy and water. And the third policy is joint waste management policy. So the first one, eco-innovation policy. Eco-innovation policy is also called the circular construction policy. So it means the raw material used in the construction site must be from other sector which has already been used. So the raw material which are used in other sector will be used as the raw materials in the construction sites. For example, it is like the concrete are used as a backfill things, and also the reusing the hardwood timber. So according to the European Union, it says that the construction companies that can only not only make a social responsible company, but also it can get more investments, more public interest, and more profits according to this eco-innovation policy, and it can reduce like 70% of the negative effects. And the second policy is the efficient use of energy and water. So efficient use of energy and water means like low consumption, sanitary fittings and control, sustainable urban drainage system, rainwater harvesting, grey water recycling, using solar PV panels, and using gas-powered generation plants. According to the research, it says that 70% or 90% it can make to the 70% to 90% of lower energy consumption at its best. And the last one policy is the joint waste management thing. So the joint waste management means like the local government or the company, the construction company must hire an outsider organization. So here it is says as the contractor. So the contractor or the outsider organization is a professional waste management team. So they will be using jointly in every step of the waste process, like starting from putting the waste bin in the construction site. So starting from the waste segregation, collection, storage, transportation, and training programs for workers, and finance treatment of waste, final treatment of waste means that it will be go to the recycling or reusing. So starting from the first to the last process, they will be doing jointly with the constructions and the local governments and the outsider professional teams. So from these three policies, to compare these three policies, we use three techniques. first one is SWOT analysis. So the first SWOT analysis of eco-innovation policy. So there are so many strengths. So the strengths are like, it has a cost reduction because it used the used material from other sectors, because so it has a cost reduction and it can enhance business brand, and it reduce use of natural resources and decrease the release of harmful substances across the whole life cycle of these products, and it's preserve the natural environment. So alongside the many strengths, there are so many weaknesses. Like it has, the main one is that it has difficult entry barriers, because it is hard for the construction companies to get adapt to a new policy that okay, not use this product, just use from the used project. So it is a different one, and also the business can have a fear because they cannot sure that it will be profit or not. So it is difficult for the business to bear the risks, and there are so many uncertainty and incomplete confirmations, and also like institutional barrier like effective use of funds and burden of creating ideas, because eco-innovation policy needs new idea, like because like so many companies cannot make their own ideas, so they have to copy other idea from other companies, so it can make like intellectual property problems for them. And also there are like opportunities that they can get supports from international organizations and higher investment opportunity. So
Ms. Made?
Yep.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Another one is for efficient use of energy and water. They also have strengths, weakness, opportunity, and threats. And the main one is that it do not have clear policy and measure for that, and it is hard to get technological supports. For the joint waste management policy, it is cost effective, and it is the main strength of this one is that it is the first people who will get benefit of this is the workers in the sites, because their construction site will be systematic with the professional teams. So it is the main strength of that. But the threats is that like it can have conflicts between the parties involved, because there is two party like constructions and the outsider team, so they can have conflicts sometimes. Okay, so for the PEST analysis, it is political, environmental, social, and technological. For this one, we use the political feasibility, administrative feasibility, equality, environmental impacts, and economic impacts. Also, these are the positive and negative impacts of them. So as we can see, the eco-innovation has a possible, it has a negative impact on political and administrative feasibility, but the joint waste management program has the most positive impacts on everyone. And for the stakeholder, we use public, construction company, construction workers, and the environment. So it has both, like three of them all have the positive impacts on public and environments. But for the construction companies and construction workers, it is not sure. Like most of them does not have most sure that it will have a positive impacts. But it is sure that the joint waste management had the positive impacts on them. So these are the analysis of our finding. So eco-innovation is a good strategy in long run, but it has no feasibility in shifting from traditional way. And for the efficient use of energy and energies and water, so it has not much difficulties in starting it, but it have an emerging market according to the SWOT analysis, but it has negative impacts on workers, and the project period can take longer. For the joint waste management, it has the most positive impacts according to the PSD analysis, and full positive impacts is of the administrative feasibilities, and only for the stakeholder chat, only the construction companies can have difficulties, can have negative impacts because they have to work with their outside teams, and some conflicts between construction companies and organizations can happen. So in our research, we show the best practices from these three policies across the world. And also, so for the recommendation, the most highly recommendable policy is a joint waste management policy, because it got the most positive points in PEST analysis and stakeholder checks, and it is the easiest policy to start implementing. And so it is for other beyond the other two, it has the most feasibilities, and also the local administration can have some difficulty in working together, but it has both short-term and long-term benefits. It's the only one which can give the like immediate benefits to the construction sites, which is safer and healthier for the site workers, and it meets the bars of being administratively feasible and equitable to all parties. So that is our presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maddie and team for your presentations. I found the presentation is really insightful, and I would categorize this as an exploratory research. I think the methodology that you employ, which is the qualitative methodology with using past and SWOT analysis, really capture the problem and the solution really well. And I can conclude that the recommendations that you've given us is really practical and really relevant. I think you should send it to the governor of Jakarta for further evaluations about our waste and environment management in general. And again, this is really interdisciplinary, which is the future of research, economic research in the future. And I really appreciate your fresh input, because you are not from economics per se, but you are using the tools from management such as SWOT and PEST and combine it with the perspective of public policy, which I think is really insightful and really practical. So I'm going to take the questions from the floor, just as usual. And this is our last presenter. So let's wrap it up with a bang. Show me your fire, okay? Because I think the previous presenter is also mentioning about the land of fire. Speaking of that, I am really expecting your fire now to come around over here. Okay, get one, download it from, I have a questions here from Mas Fahid Sauki. Are you there, Mas Shahid? Mas Fahid, can you hear me?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, can we have your question, please?
Yes, Miss. Thank you. It's really comprehensive explanation, but I have a question that there's a research said that if we move to like solar panel, it is more costly than what should be done for the government for what? For solving this problem. Because if we see that, if we use like cola, I mean that like energy from now, like it is cheaper, really cheaper. And Bill Gates said that it is like 10 times cheaper. So yeah, what should be done from the government through this problem? Thank you, Ms. Madi and Tans.
Okay, hello. So Mr. Should I answer?
yeah, please. You go first, then I will add.
Yeah, okay. So that's a good point. That's solar PV, and they are the expensive thing. That's why in our research also it shows that it is expensive. So that's why like no companies want to use that, because they cannot ensure that what is the profit. But there are also other alternative energy sources which can be done by the governments. Is like hydroelectronic energy or solar thermal energies, and also space solar energy. So, but they cannot be done by the construction companies, but it can be done by the governments. Like if the government is taking care of this environmental chaos, and they will provide the other wave energies or geothermal power, like for that kind of thing, they can do that instead of the solar PV, because solar PV is a private affordable thing for like constructions and other own users, so that is expensive. Yeah, Mr. Talibur can add.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Fahid, for the questions. Yeah, I would like to just add with the Maddie's point, and I guess you already hear in the inauguration speech by our keynote speaker and the other speaker in the main session. So since Indonesian government has a vision to build a green economy, and here solar comes, actually solar economy is not affordable privately. In even in China, there is a biggest solar panel in the world, but that is also controlled and established by the Chinese government. So I think, and since a solar panel is a long-term investment, because nowadays, because of the increasing of oil price and oil price, we always find the sky price hiking of electricity and other energy. So I think since we are going for green energy and green economy, and as you may know that when you have green economy in your country, you will attract more investors from all over the world. For example, Japan and even especially the Scandinavian country are very much interested to invest in a green economy. And I think since Indonesia already is adopting the green economy, so I think if the government provide this facility for the public, they can both, like the public can earn from it, and of course the government can earn from it, but not not immediately. Maybe it will take time, but it is great for their long visionary and long-term benefit. And of course, you may remember the example of Tesla that was given by the speaker in our previous session, that Elon Musk didn't come here because of some issues, feasibility issues. So I think that is also a good sign to show up to the world that okay, Indonesia is ready to have green economy, and also and it's like establishing a green economy to other countries also.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for the response from the floor. I'm sure that you still have, if you still have any further questions to any of the speakers that we have this afternoon, please feel free to reach out after the conference, and please feel free to exchange information and probably on how to work together to improve the quality of the paper for further research and publications maybe. Okay, so I think that's all. We already have like all the 6 presenters presented and discussed, as well as shared all of their result findings to all of us here. Let's give all of them a big hand, a virtual hand over here with using the reaction. Show them your love, because we are in academia, we lift up each other, we support each other, and we always want to do better for the next round and for the next event. So that's why we are here to discuss everything comprehensively. Well, thank you so much, audience. I have been coded by the committee to actually transfer all of you to the plenary sessions, because this is the end of the parallel sessions. I thank you for all your enthusiasms and all for your motivation and inspirations that come through with all your works that has been excellently presented. I really enjoyed it. I'm sure everybody here in the forum also learned something new from each one of you. So I think I'm going to wrap up the questions. Wrap up the parallel sessions with a really short conclusion remark. Okay, so I think everybody now here is really shifting the paradigm of economic research. Back in the day, it's always depending on quantitative approach. But here today, I see a lot of methodology that is really new and innovative, in which I think is going to broaden and I think going to advance the research method in economics in the future. We got qualitative, we got quantitative approach, and of course, we got a lot of insights from other disciplines such as international relations, education, economic geography, and more. So I hope that you can take all this away and incorporate that into your future research, which is interdisciplinary is the future of economics. So thank you so much for your attention. Let's give all the big hands for the committees to have organized everything here, so we can gather together and have a very nice chat and discussions. Now I'm going to transform all of you to the main sessions in the plenary sessions to wrap up and recapitulate the results of our discussions today. And we're going to get into the exciting part, which is a party, because the committee has prepared a very comprehensive game. So please do participate. So light up your fire. Thank you so much. So let the best paper win, and let's get IGetCode to end over here. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's get back into the main sessions in the plenary hall.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you so much. I'll see.
Hi, all my best participants and audiences. Welcome back to the main room in this International Graduate Students Conference on Economic Development. Call for papers, IGetCode2022. How about the paper presentation from all participants? It is interesting? Of course, and they are so smart, creative, and ambitious, aren't they? And they have many brilliant ideas. Yeah, they can elaborate all the statement well. Yeah, I see in the room 1 and room 2. Wow, they are so smart. Okay, all the participants and audiences, I will ask you to do a short yell first. Yeah, if I say IGetCode2022, you can answer with creative and spirit, like that. Yeah, I repeat once more. If I say IGetCode2022, you can answer creative and spirit. Okay, let me start. Please open your video first of all. Yeah. Okay, IGetCode2022, active,
Active
and spirit. Yeah. Okay, once more. Okay, be energetic again. Yeah.
Hai Mas Bintang, Mbak Dina, dan lain-lain, teman-teman semua.
Halo Ibu Sima.
Ini Mas Pugo kemana ini?
Oh sebentar Bu, ini masih diundang Bu.
Oh masih dial ya, oke, nggak apa-apa. Oh halo Mas Alif.
Luar biasa Bu Sima, di room 1 ramai sekali ya.
Oh ya betul, itu sudah panas itu, belum sudah warming up-nya luar biasa. Ini bagus nih, apa pemilihan pesertanya ya teman-teman. Ini gimana promosinya ya, bisa dapat paper-paper bagus dan juga presenter-presenter yang bagus kayak gitu. Wah, just ini marketingnya.
Alhamdulillah dapat banyak bantuan dari pengelola Bu, dari Pak Par, Putri.
Iya, ini bagus-bagus presenternya. So I didn't do anything. They're just like talking so good. Saya tinggal layah-layah. Oh, itu Mas Novat. Mas Novat, Pugo.
Halo ya, cepat yuk.
Mau makan siang ya, Mas?
Iya, enggak, aku soalnya harus balik ke Kalibawang, so far away.
Nah, ini non sewu Bapak. Ini
enggak, intinya apa yang perlu?
Non sewu Bapak. Jadi saya mau nampilin formulir penilaian dulu ya, Pak. Jadi wait. Jadi ini hasil nilai akhir dari para presenternya ya Pak dan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi Ini sudah ada nilai dari 68, 78, 86, 89. Terus di room 2, 77, 78, 85, 81, 75. Tidak ada kesamaan, nggih. Ini hasil akhirnya dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Jadi apakah di sini mau ada perubahan atau bagaimana, nggih, dari Mas Buga, Pak Bugo dan Bu Sima?
Nggak pelit ya, memang sesuai itu yang kita nggak tahu. Nggak, tapi gini, punya saya itu, sorry. Itu nanti kamu bagi sesuai proporsional aja 12, terus kamu bagi proporsional sesuai dengan masa weight-nya itu kan. Sorry. Kok tadi kok yang ini ya? Misalkan itu kan sepertiga, berarti 12 yang misalkan organization ini kan 5, 5, 5, sepertiga juga, jadi 4, 4, 4, 4 gitu aja. But maksudnya aku menilai berdasarkan 3 subpoint gitu. Tapi aku juga udah baca papernya, kan aku juga baca papernya ya, ya toh, kan ada beberapa kita.
Iya Bapak.
Mbak Sima juga baca papernya?
Baca, ada beberapa yang baru dikirim ke saya. Jadi yang misalnya papernya Medi dan kawan-kawan itu saya nggak nilai, Pak. Jadi baru kemarin dikirim, so kayak.
Oh, ini penilaiannya full dari ini, full dari presentasi.
Ya. Jadi memang saya
best speaker kok ya? Ya wis. Aku percaya because Mbak Sima is a best speaker, so I think have more apa ya?
Best speaker maksudnya gombal gitu ya, Mas?
Daripada aku kan, aku udah presentasi ya bagus. Jadi saya pikir ya Mbak Sima memilih itu ya wis, emang sesuai lah. Soalnya biar standar-standar aja sih tempat kita. Tapi sih itu lumayan kok, yang itu secara konten bagus. Dan nilainya 85. Yang lain ya itu talebur sendirian ya gak kurang sih, kayak masih overtime dan kawan-kawan. Jadi nggak disiplin waktu dan kawan-kawan. Saya pikir saya sudah menilai dengan objektif, semoga ya. Oke.
Matur nuwun Pak Bugo dan Bu Sima. Jadi sudah tidak ada perubahan, jadi diputuskan ini best speaker adalah Madi di kakak ya, ini untuk best speaker karena nilainya 89 sendiri nih saya lihat. Tertinggi setelah tertinggi Madi, lalu yang kedua ada Kalingga dan juga tadi ada Mbak Tania kalau tidak salah, dan juga Fitri.
Tapi kalau paper Kalingga menurutku paling advance ya kalau dari sisi metodologi dan kawan-kawan.
Iya, betul. Aku juga setuju, Mas.
Dari sisi
informasi Bu, mungkin ini kan kita
ini best speaker bukan best paper.
Best paper memang diraih oleh Kalingga Titunur Ihsan dan kawan-kawan.
Betul.
Dan untuk best speaker Madi. Jadi memang tidak ada yang sama gitu ya. Jadi seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Oke.
Sepakat Bapak.
Ketok palu, Mas. Mas Bugo ketok palu.
Ya, kalau panitiane waktu itu.
Monggo Mas Bugo bisa ketok palu. Pak Bugo bisa ketok palu.
Aku bingung iki. Oke, thank you ya. I have to go.
Thank you, Pak.
Thank you banget. Makasih banyak panitia IGetCode.
Thank you Pak Bugo. Thank you. Diminta mendadak. Sama non sewu untuk Pak Akbar nanti bisa itu nggih Pak, bisa mengumumkan pemenang best speaker dan juga best papernya nanti Pak.
Oh iya, saya dikasih daftarnya aja.
Oh nggih Bapak.
Jadi nggak harus saya loh, kalau menurut saya Mbak Isdin aja nggak apa-apa sebenarnya, nggak harus saya. Saya tinggal ngasih ini aja, atau saya tinggal cheering aja selamat gitu.
Nuwun Pak Akbar.
Oke, sampun. Panitia lain adalah Mas Ferry, Mas Alif.
Ya, sudah cukup. Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada Bu Sima, dan mungkin nanti Pak Akbar bisa sampaikan pengumumannya ya Pak. Mungkin nanti konsepnya ya kita sudah bikinkan video pengumuman, jadi mungkin Pak Akbar menyampaikan terlebih dahulu mungkin pengantar sedikit, baru kemudian pemenangnya adalah nanti kita.
And the winner is keluar video gitu kan?
Iya, nanti di video seperti itu. Oke.
Kita punya best speaker, punya best paper.
Iya. best speaker dan best paper. Mungkin kita umumkan best speaker dulu, Pak. Karena kan mungkin yang hadiahnya lebih sedikit ya.
Lebih kecil. Oke, siap.
Oke. Kita bisa kembali ke room utama tadi.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Bu Rima dan Pak Akbar.
Terima kasih banyak Bu Sima.
Terima kasih untuk organisasinya ya teman-teman. Ini very good organization, very professional.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am.
Sangat hidup sekali tadi di room 2 ya tadi ya. Room 1 Bu Sima.
Saya nggak ngapa-ngapain, itu mereka udah heboh sendiri. Itu nggak usah dikasih moderator, mereka udah otomatis, Mbak.
Oke, terima kasih Bu. Kita kembali ke room utama.
Terima kasih banyak Bu Sima.
Terima kasih teman-teman semuanya, Mbak Istina dan teman-teman. Oke, kita ketemu di plenary ya.
Baik.
All right. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I will stop for the answer. So the best answer is Phillips curve. Yeah. Who is the best? Okay. So the winners who already answered cannot be the winner again, yeah. Who is Miss Fitri? Miss Fitri Handayani, yeah. Philip Curve is the best answer. Okay. Thank you, but all of you are so smart, everyone. Yeah, so many answers. Philip Curve. Thank you. Good. And please be ready for the next question. Yeah. Sarah, it is Ganesh and his game Cherry. What is the name of this movie? Okay. Typing. We'll count until 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, finish. Stop answer, yeah? Yeah, you're so smart. The best answer is beautiful mind. Like we are. So, you can see in the chat room. Wow. All of the answer is right. But we see the fastest. Yeah, Mr. Sorry. Wait. Actually, the fastest answer is Mr. Riganiko, but you already the winner. Yeah, so we chance to the winner, Miss Melissa Esther. Okay, clap your hands, everyone. Thank you very much. Yeah, finish for the games. And question again? Okay, that's all for the winners. Please contact the company for the reward. Yeah. But don't be sad. I have one game again for you. Yeah, at a moment. I will send to the chat room first. Wait a moment. This we call, I think you're already familiar about this game, tongue twister. I would like to see your pronunciation. Is the fastest who are give the best pronunciation, yeah. I wish it's brilliant. Do you see this, everyone? Okay. This tongue twister. So please read these some words. Yeah, please the best pronunciation and the best pronunciation for you will be the winner. Okay, this is the first. Mr. Fight first, yeah? Wait. I will try my first. Swan, swam, tongue twister. Swan, swam over the sea. Swim, swan, swim. Swan, swim back again. Well, swan, swam, swan. Okay, Mr. Fahad, time is yours.
Thank you. Swan swam over the sea, swim, swam, swam. Swan swam back again, well, swam, swam. How many times I should repeat it? Just one time?
Twice.
Is it clear? 2 times? Okay. I'm gonna
Just
repeat it.
twice. Okay, once more.
Fast.
Oh, twice. Okay. Once more. Swan swam over the sea, swim, swan, swim. Swan swam back again, well, swam, swam.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, very good. Speechless. Well, to be continued. Miss Agatha, time is yours.
Swan, swam, tongue twister. Swan, swam over the sea. Swim, swam, swim. Swan, swam back again. Well, swam, swan.
Wow.
Swan, swam
Okay.
over the sea. Swim, swan, swim. Swan, swam back again. Well, swam, swan.
Okay, very good. Congrats, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. We will choose you after this, yeah? Wait a moment. It's for Mr. Talibur. The second tongue twister. Peter Piper.
Okay, all right. Just let me read out.
I will change for Mr.
Sure.
Talibur.
Please.
Especially this is for you. Okay, you may start, Mr. Talibur.
Okay. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Pickled peppers. Peter picked. If Peter picked a peck of picked peppers, where is the pick of pickled peppers? Peter picked.
What do you say, Mr. Talibur? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, clap your hands, everyone. Yeah, that's from Mr. Talibur. And Miss Maddie.
Yeah, so this one, Peter. Peter Piper pick a pack of pickled pepper. A pack of pickled pepper, Peter Piper pick. If Peter Piper pick a pack of pickled pepper, what's the pack of pickled pepper Peter Piper pick?
Okay, amazing. Thank you very much, Miss Maddie. Okay. Any other? Don't you want to try? Okay, I will change. Oh, it's too long. Wait. And this is last. Okay, but our time is everyone to fun games, yeah, for the tongue twister games. Thank you. I will close first. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, everyone. It has been finished to assess your performance from the papers. So wait. In order to warm up our togetherness and break the ice between the participants and create a more pleasant atmosphere, we'll briefly announce the best speaker and best paper participant in today's conference. And we would like to welcome proudly the Director of Study Program of Master in Economics Development, Gadjah Mada University, to announce it. Kindly invited Mr. Ahmad Akbar Susanto, SAM Field PhD, Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Mbak Rinda. It was a great chance for us to see you, to present your papers, to read your papers, also to see how everyone was so spirited, so motivated to learn from each other. So now it is time to announce the winner. Okay, of course, everyone has tried the best, has tried his or her best, yeah. But as we have only 2 prizes, 1 prize for the best speaker, the best presenter, and 1 prize for the best paper. So we have to decide, yeah, each of winner. We have to decide the winner of each of this prize. Right now, let's see who wins the prizes. Tara. And the winner is please be patient. Okay, we still have to wait for a while. Be patient. And the winner is Mbak Rinda. No, of course not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akbar. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Akbar. And
wait, have we announced the winner?
I think you should announce, Mr.
Yeah, sorry very much. I think it was an internet issue, so there was an issue with the video. Yeah, so actually I have not seen the winner. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay. I think everyone has seen the winners. Okay, for it. So sorry, because I have not seen it myself because due to the internet issue. But okay, I think that's fine. No worry. And that's it from me. And so let me say something. Economics is easy as easy as 1 to 5. Everyone stay happy, healthy, and safe. Thank you, Mbak Rinda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akbar. Okay, clap your hands, everyone. Yes. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Akbar. participants, and thank you for the winner. And of course, we are proud to give souvenirs, to the best inquiries. Please contact the committee after the event, and we will spread love even more by distributing souvenirs for participants who make the Instagram stories related to the impression of participating in today's conference, post maximum at 3 p.m. Indonesian Western Time. And don't forget to mention Instagram of HIMMEP UGM and MEP UGM. And as a requirement, you have to follow the HIMMEP UGM and MEP UGM Instagram accounts. And for the 5 best stories, we will give souvenirs for you. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of this event. International Graduate Student Conference on Economic Development, Call for Papers, IGetCode2022. Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Recovery Post-COVID-19, Saturday, June 4, 2022. Okay. All right, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused crises in various parts of the world, has brought challenges to the countries that have committed to carrying out sustainable development in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals proclaimed by the United Nations. If a commitment for countries to achieve development by 2030, this is also a challenge with COVID-19. And the challenges faced due to the global pandemic, there are 3 pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals, namely the economic, social, and environmental pillars. So the role of youth is highly anticipated to answer these challenges. So let's take this pandemic positively as an opportunity to build Indonesia towards a better development. Let us invite all parties to take respective roles in supporting the achievement of the sustainability development goals and dealing with COVID-19. In addition, of course, the importance of multilateral cooperation between countries as the key to overcoming the global pandemic. On behalf of the host and all the committees, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation to you all for your support and participation. Wish you a safe journey back to your activity again. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. And good morning, my excellencies, all participants and audiences.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much. Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akbar, all the lecturers and all participants. Keep healthy.